We've got 19 of us. Is that correct, Andrews?
I think we should be ready.
Okay. I'll call this meeting on January 27th, our linkage session with the MIEA, to order at 5:04 p.m. I'll just be leading the meeting this evening, as Maggie Tai is having a bit of a migraine and some really cool looking shades on here. So welcome everybody. This is I wish we could be in person, and but it's great to see all the faces in my screen here. So it's kind of awesome. Since we're a new board as well, how about we take just a few minutes to do some intros? And since we've got a bit of a Hollywood Squares thing going on, and everybody has a different screen, how about I just call out the names in the order I see them on my screen, and please let us know a little bit about you. And I will start. I'm David Souza. I'm the vice president of the school board right now. This is my 7th year. I've got one son in the 12th grade and 2 kids who have graduated. And I will hand it to Daniel next.
Hi, I'm Dan Glowitz. I'm a new member of the board, so I've been part of it for a few months now. I have a son who's a 6th grader at IMS and a 4th grader at West Mercer.
And next up, Deborah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deborah Lurie. I am, it's my 5th year on the board, and I have one daughter in the district who is a 10th grader.
And Maggie Tai.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maggie Tai Tucker. This is my 3rd year on the board. I have twin seniors at MIHS, which is impossible to believe how fast that has happened. And I have a 9-year-old who's in 3rd grade at Island Park.
And Tam.
Good evening. My name is Tam Din. This is my 3rd year on the board. I have 3 kids in the system or in the district. One is at Northwood, one is at IMS, and also at the high school.
And Sally.
Hi, my name is Sally Lozier. I'm currently the Mercer Island Education Association president. I also do math learning support for half of my time. I put 3 kids through Mercer Island schools. They're all 3 currently in college. And I've been in the school district for about 10 years after a 20-year career in Seattle.
And next up, Fred. Fred Rundle, sorry.
There we go. Sorry about that. Fred Rundle, Deputy Superintendent in the school district, in the midst of my 13th year with our organization.
And Reeves, you're up next.
Hi, Andrews Rosser, Technology Director for the district, and I'm in my 11th year.
Clara.
Hi, I'm Clara Kurtenbach. I teach music at West Mercer, and I'm in my 7th year in the district.
Andy.
Hi, Andy Hamp. I'm a classified member for 18 years with the district. I have 2 daughters who have graduated through the system, and I also went to Mercer Island School District and graduated from the system. And I am the classified at large representative for our union.
And Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie John Lewis. I have sent 2 kids through the district. I have a freshman in college and a senior in college, and they both went through Mercer Island. And I teach at one of my 4th grade this year at Island Park. And this is my 30th year in the district.
Trina.
Good evening. I'm Trina Sherman. I teach 2nd grade at Northwood. This is my 28th year of teaching, 20 in the district, and I'm the head rep for Northwood.
And Michelle.
Hi, I'm Michelle Hayes, and I teach at the high school. I'm a math teacher there, and this is my 21st year in the school district.
Kelsey.
My name is Kelsey Cochran, and I'm in my 8th year this year working as an instructional coach at Mercer Island High School. And I also grew up on the island and graduated from Mercer Island High School.
Ty next.
I'm Ty Bergstrom. I'm the Executive Director of Finance and Operations, and this is my 6th year in the district.
Aaron.
Hi, I'm Erin Battersby. I'm the Executive Director of Compliance, Legal Affairs, and Human Resources. And I think I've been here 6 or 7 years now.
Jessica.
Hi, I'm Jessica Olson. I teach 2nd grade on the south end over at Lake Ridge Elementary School. This is my 5th year working for Mercer Island School District and my 5th year teaching. It's been a wonderful experience working here.
And Donna.
Donna Kolaski, Superintendent. I'm really happy to see you all here.
And Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I'm the Junior School Board Representative.
Well, welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for all that. It's so amazing to see the experience and breadth of what everyone does. So thank you very much for taking a moment to share. Very much appreciate you all being here and very much appreciate that we could do this online and perhaps allows more participation. So I'd like to start out on behalf of the Board of Directors just to say with all our gratitude and just sincere thanks for all you've been through the last two years and longer for all the work you've done for our kids. We are an in-person school. We know our kids learn best in person. And you, the teachers and the staff, have been so incredibly supportive and making this work. And we have a sincere appreciation for all you have done. If there's any other board members who would like to say anything first, can I start there? And then Sally, I'll hand it off to you. Is that okay? Just as introductions, please, right now.
Thank you.
It sounds like no other board members have anything to add. So Sally, please, up next.
I just want to start out by saying that we'd like to thank you for inviting Mercer Island Education Association to this meeting. The relationship that we have with you and with the school district administration is incredibly important to our members. And your hearing our voice and listening to questions and providing some answers if possible is an excellent opportunity to continue that relationship with the 450 plus MIEA members that we represent. The people here tonight are all volunteers like myself on in Mercer Island Education Association. This is the executive board. Each of them has a site that they represent. And that's just how I would like to start what I need to say, but mostly this is a thank you. We really appreciate this opportunity. We have some questions that each of us would like to ask. Some of them may be questions that the board has answers to right away. Some of them may be questions that would better be answered in another forum, and we would love to have you tell us where that might be if you know. Some of them you may not have answers to today, but we would be happy to continue the conversation in other ways if there are things that you could get back to us on.
That sounds great. Thank you, Sally. And I think we had 1 or 2 topics. Is that correct, Maggie Ty? And
yeah, I wanted to give an update on the superintendent search and answer questions about that. That was my topic.
So should we start with that? And then and Donna, was there anything else you had for the agenda?
The topics, mutual topics of interest that were included on the agenda was district budget, health and safety, superintendent search, and interspace bargaining reflection. So that's what was listed as topics of discussion.
Okay, I see it now. Sorry, I guess I was off by one on my thing here. So, okay. Do we want to start out with the budget? Sally, how much time do you need? I just want to make sure we have enough for you. Do you have a sense of that?
It's super hard for me to answer that question, David, because I don't know which of the questions the board will be able to answer, and that's going
Okay.
to affect the amount of time that this takes, I think.
Fair enough. We'll try and take, let's hold ourselves to 10 minutes from the board side of things and give you at least 30 minutes to ask questions. Ty, please, on the district budget. Oh, sorry.
I apologize. I just put something in my mouth. So we do have a budget update this evening as part of the regular meeting. At this point, we are on track in terms of expenditures and projections. Nothing's glaring at this point. We are closely watching the legislature. There are a number of bills that we are very excited about in terms of enrollment stabilization, both for the general fund and for the levies. There's some exciting legislation that's working its way through the committees regarding changes to the prototypical model, which would address the understaffing of health and safety. So nurses, counselors, and psychologists. There's two separate bills relating to that. One does include psychologists, one doesn't. But it's very exciting news and would secure a good chunk of funding for districts across the state to provide these much needed services. Another exciting one, it's exciting to me, but it relates to student transportation. And it would require the state to fully fund transportation for special education, McKinney-Vento students, homeless students, and foster students. And doing some preliminary math today, that was a couple $100,000, almost $400,000 in terms of cost that we would be recovering for transportation for our students, which is great news for us. So there are some exciting things. There are some roadblocks in the legislature, but we do have some hope that we will see another round of funding relief for this year. So that's where we are.
Thank you, Ty. Next up on health and safety.
I think we've all been following this really closely, and we're pleased to see that our absenteeism rates, particularly among students, has declined and is in more of a usual pattern now. Staff has done an absolutely phenomenal job of supporting our students during this time of staff having to be out, isolated, and quarantined as well. So a big thank you for that. Everyone has really chipped in as we batten the hatches down during the Omicron, and I'm being a real optimist and seeing that as we head into February, we're going to be able to unfasten some of those hatches a little bit and get back to where we were. Similarly in December, there's some of the pieces, of course, are still mandated, and we have to wait for Department of Health. But as David said at the beginning, it's too bad we're not in person, and I really am optimistic that soon we will be again in groups such as this size. We'll be able to be in person, and our students will then be able to have more activities that we've had to push back into virtual environments, go back to being in person as well. So watching all of that closely, news stuff coming out every day. Yesterday was a new directive from Department of Health when it came to athletics and what we need to be doing with testing for that. And we continue to have the rapid testing available for students and staff, particularly those who are symptomatic. And yeah, going on 2 years here, but we're continuing to keep the health and safety of our students and staff as a top priority.
Thank you. And Maggie Tai, how about superintendent search?
I'll keep this as short as I can because you can hear this stuff elsewhere or find it elsewhere. I wanted to say thank you to all of the teachers and administrators and classified and other staff who took part in the interviews with the search consultant, who originally was supposed to come in person and visit our schools and meet some people in person, but of course had to cancel that trip because of Omicron. And apologies for the kind of last minute invite for the first couple of days of meetings, but she did schedule a number of other meetings to make sure that she would pick up every group that wanted to speak with her. I think the interviews were really productive. I encourage anyone who hasn't looked at them yet to look at her report with like kind of the more detailed findings, kind of priority by priority as far as what she heard from the community and the staff. That's been posted to board docs, and I think it's also linked off of the superintendent search page. The board went over the priorities that she found from the community, and after some discussion, we adopted those priorities, and I'm going to read them really fast. One has a collaborative communication style that builds trust through transparency and respect. One has a coherent vision of how to foster academic excellence in a positive social emotional environment. One is a systems builder who focuses on creating consistently excellent delivery, manages innovatively within a strategic budget, demonstrates an apolitical commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, demonstrates an understanding of the Mercer Island community, demonstrates expertise on issues of public school district leadership. So those are the priorities that are going to be used in filtering applicants. And we have a job description ready to go, which will be posted on February 1st. It will be up until the 28th. And she and I will be helping her to kind of do the first round of sorting on resumes and application. And then she'll be reporting to the board as things go along. So that's the update. And there is also a place on the district homepage now where people can choose to sign up for a more detailed regular update on the superintendent search progress. So if anyone's interested in doing that, I would encourage you to do so. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions about the process also.
And thank you. And then finally, I think we've got an interspace bargaining reflection.
Would you like me to go? We had an interspace bargaining training session today together with MIEA and the people who will be on the bargaining team or who might be supporting the bargaining team going forward. I look a little bit to Sally here, but my thinking is that it was a very informative and positive experience, and that we learned a lot out of it. And then it gave us a good foundation for moving forward as we look to having 2 open contracts that we'll be negotiating, and just sort of how we interact on a regular basis, both at the table and away from the table in terms of our daily interactions. So I felt like it was very positive and gave us different lenses to view our relationships through. But I do look to Sally because we were all there.
I feel like you did a great job summing up.
Okay, thank you, Erin. I guess, Sally, this is your team's opportunity to ask questions. Just I'll preface a little bit. Really, this is an opportunity for you to have a discussion with the board. And we are all speaking individually. So we really aren't taking votes around this or anything like this at this time. And you will have an opportunity to have a very more candid discussion perhaps with us. And I'll just, at this point, it doesn't necessarily reflect policy unless we say so otherwise. And it'll allow us to maybe have a more values-based discussion as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that qualification. That really helps. I think at this point for the executive team members, what I'm going to just do is call people who appear on my screen in no particular order at all, if that's all right with you. And if you have a layer to somebody's question, please feel free to weigh in on that as well. Two members, if you have a particular person you wish to direct your question to, that's great. They may or may not be the one to answer those. So just be aware that, it's also the board's privilege to decide who's going to answer the question. So we'll be respectful with that as much as we can. So I think the first person I see is Trina Sherman. So you're up, Trina.
Great, thank you. I have two questions. They're around funding, but I don't know that it would necessarily be just a tie question. So here's the first question. What funding is the district setting aside for our important universal design for learning work? Like, what will the funding cover? For instance, like more staffing to provide services in the classroom, maybe resources for the staff to access so we can remove barriers and offer more choice for students, or maybe even more training. That's the first question.
So a couple things. That's not necessarily directly to the board. That is to Ty. Do you is there and I'm sure Ty can answer that, and maybe we can go there. But I'm wondering if there's a way that is it favorable for you to ask that question now in this setting, or would you prefer to ask board related questions more directly?
I guess I'm thinking also of, is the board even in support of universal design for learning? Because I think that will make a difference in whether there's funding so that we can make this work for all students, whether they're students that receive special ed services because of struggles, or students that are receiving highly capable services and because of exceeding, and all the kids in the middle.
Okay, that's a fair question. That's a question to the board. Any board member would like to take that? Sure, Maggie Ty.
Yeah, I'll just start out by saying thank you for the question, Trina, and that this board, as like a newly seated board of 5, hasn't had that discussion yet. Like, I know what individual members have said about universal design for learning in the past, so I can speak for myself to say that I'm very supportive. I don't know if you know that I'm actually an occupational therapist, and I've had 2 kids that went through the high cap program here, so I'm very much in support of the principles of universal design for learning. But I realize what a heavy lift it is to be making some of these changes for the teaching staff, especially right now with all of the other challenges of juggling, COVID absences and, distancing requirements and not being able to do certain activities and so forth. So I know, and I appreciate how much is involved in making that investment in developing these techniques and developing our kind of knowledge pool among the teachers. I just sat in on the West Mercer PAC meeting yesterday and heard a great report about some of the sort of enrichments that are being offered to kids in reading and math. And I know that stuff doesn't come out of thin air. So speaking for myself, not on behalf of the board, I certainly appreciate it and I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. But the board as a unit really hasn't had that discussion yet. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I can understand that. It'll be good if they do decide to, if you guys talk about it sooner rather than later, because I would sure hate to have this good work that we're doing that empowers students to go by the wayside.
No, but that reminder and that angle of thinking about it is much appreciated.
Great.
Thanks.
Can I just add, that's actually I'm the board representative on the WASA Inclusive Practices group. And that's actually exactly why they have a board director on what is much more of an operations work group, so that the board can be aware firsthand of how funding is so tied to being able to offer these services. So it's there.
All right, great. Thank you both. Before I ask my second question, I just want to make sure everyone's on the board who wants to answer, Ken.
I'll also say that I was at the high school PAC this morning, and there was a brief lesson on UDL for us and how it's going through the high school. I think we've always talked about personalized learning and individualized learning, and we've never, our tools have really been separate kids out into separate groups. And UDL is a much stronger tool to be able to do personalized learning. And I appreciate it. And I appreciate also they talked about a 3-year process to really understand and systematize universal design for learning. And so that it'll take its time. Appreciate it's a long-running investment, and appreciate the rigor and just putting words and names around processes is so helpful to make this useful throughout our teaching organization. So I appreciate where it's going.
If I also can add to that too. So Trina, when I hear that question, you made me think about a couple of things so for the last 10 years, I've been teaching from a UDI philosophy. So it's nothing new to me. I personally support it. But what I hear you say when you said that there are so many different areas that it could impact, right? Whether it's services or whether it's teachers training, and there's many levels that is operational. That I can't, so the board will be involved in that, but I think it requires a lot of teachers' advocacy and community to help inform the administration, right, to at what level to hit. So when it is brought to us, that it could be explained and we can support. And so sometimes, because it comes to us and we either support at that level or not, but because we don't get to influence, is it going to be at the professional teaching level, or is it actually direct service? We would need, I think, the teachers and community support in kind of laying out that plan. And I hear that's kind of been a little bit, we need to firm that up, just be very intentional about our strategy to actually implement it, because there are so many steps to actually implement UDL as a whole from a system level. So yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, so it makes us more thoughtful in where we can provide the advocacy for your work.
I would say that in my view, I think it's still early days. I understand UDL is a pedagogical theory, but would like to see more evidence of how it works and is implemented. I know that math for first and second grade was tried as sort of a model of sorts and was spoken about as an example of how UDL would be rolled out in a much larger format. But I didn't see any evidence that it was a success for the first and second grade going from PEP to PES. So I'm excited. I would like to see more information, and I would like to see evidence that it works before scaling and going all in.
All right, and Sally, I think I will say my second question if we have time for it at the end. I think that might be a better place for it. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Trina. And thank you for the answers to the question. And I do want to just put a little piece in that we're actually already in UDL and its implementation. So I'm curious. I know, Daniel, that you are new to the board. And so what I'm wondering is, are you seeking to change the direction of the implementation of universal design for learning in our school district? Is that what I understood you to be saying?
I would like evidence of what the changes are, and then a demonstration of how it is improving outcomes in practice, rather than the theoretical benefits of this style of providing differentiated learning.
And since we're not talking about policy right now, I appreciate that clarification, but know that that would be a whole board discussion before the road we're currently walking down would be changed. That would be my understanding of process. And I'm going to just move on from there. Andy, are you ready for a question?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Sally. And thanks to the school board for being here and executive administrative staff. My question is related to how we look at our school budget and efficiencies. And I've often had this question through the years, watching how our district has evolved. And do we look at how our administrative staffing levels on Mercer Island compare with other districts? I mean, are other districts also expanding administration in an equal way to what Mercer Island is doing? And that would be directed to whoever wants to take that question.
Sure. From the board side, clearly the funding situation is very important, and especially in a situation of decreasing enrollment, it's an even bigger deal, right? So as part of our funding discussions, which are coming up, we will be looking at all sides of this. Clearly, as staff is reduced, administration will need to be reduced around it too. I think those kind of go hand in hand. They're all very difficult decisions, and obviously in many ways. But at a financial level, we have to be in the black. We can't be our fund balance. We did everything we could to hope enrollment would come back, and we preserved staff and we spent into our fund balance and took those risky bets. They didn't play out in our favor right now, but we also understand the importance of public education, the importance of choice and classes that our kids have and our students have. We do understand that these things are cycles, and we think it'll come back. So how do we go about creating a budget that balances all this and allows us to recover in a way as enrollment comes back, allow us to advocate with our legislators to give us the funding to stabilize some of these steep cuts that we're looking at. Without some stabilization, I think the cuts would be steeper. We're all strong believers in public education. That's why we're here. And I think if we allow these cuts to kind of happen without being strong advocates for public education, we can decimate public education. And I think this really is not just a Mercer Island, but a Washington state and a national crisis for public education at this point. And we need to be doing something better than we are today at a funding level. So yeah, it's a hard decision, but at a high level, appreciate it. At the budget level, we have to come up with a budget that gets us next year, remains in the black, and educates our students, putting our students' priorities first.
I would briefly note that the rollout of new programs such as UDL, to go to Ms. Sherman's first question to Ty, do take extra funding and dollars and administrative oversight. So I think that's one part of the puzzle to be cognizant of.
Sally, any other questions?
Andy, did you get an answer to the question that you asked?
Did I get an answer? Is that what you asked, Sally?
Yeah, is your question answered?
Well, I think, I don't know if it is or not. I think that I realize that everybody's looking at all areas of the budget. And I was specifically pointing to one area that I wanted to find some more out about, but
Can I answer?
We haven't.
Can I jump in for Andy?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think there is, the budget's going to come up, and I think different board members are going to have different expertise and different approach to looking at the budget. So what I'm hearing you saying, Andy, is when we think about the budget, I think of you hear people say, how do we right size the system? And so when we right size the system, in the past, we traditionally just look at budget cuts as only looking at teachers. You know, it moves up and down based on budget and students. But when I think of personally, when I think of right sizing the system, I do think of all parts of the system. And so that will come into play as we, and I believe that the board is meeting, or I think today's meeting, we are going to have a look, and the board is going to talk about the priorities for the following year. And I can't imagine when we look at the budget that we don't also look at, it would be a remiss just to purely look at faculty or teachers cuts based on the reduction in budget. But it's a really a good opportunity, as I'm hearing you say, to look at both administration and staff and all other parts of our system to make sure that we have really a system that is nimble, that is providing direct services to students hands-on, and also have a structure in place to make strategic moves for the future. So I think that's a balance. And I hope your answers, your question will be answered more as we go through this process. But if they're not, then I hope you continue to let us know. You know, because this is the beginning of a conversation, and we look forward to continue to hear from our teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answers to that question. Clara, you are up. Are you ready?
I sure am. Hi, I have a question about teachers and teacher retention. We're experiencing this nationwide shortage of teachers and staff members. I'm curious, what is the district doing to not only attract new staff members, but also retain the ones that we have?
Any board member would like to take that first? What's the board view of this?
I'm happy to take it. I can tell you that this board tremendously values our staff. We know that you all have options to go in private sector and make a whole lot more money, and that you're here for the love of teaching. And I can tell you that the board values that tremendously. The things, we can only pay what's within our budget, which, the Cleary fix wasn't, as much of a fix, since we actually ended up with less than we started with. But the priority is always to pay staff as well as we can, keeping in mind, as David said, that the bottom line is the bottom line, and we can only do what we can do. When 80% of our budget is people, there's not a whole lot to cut other than people. And I think that, if personally, rather than the board, even though I imagine others agree, if we could add a couple $100,000 to each person's salary, we would be able to attract and retain the most qualified professionals to teach our children. Unfortunately, our society doesn't place that same value on what you guys do. And so, anyways, long story short, it's professional development is of utmost importance. I would just like to, I think UDL is not UDL is addressed in professional development and really focusing on that focus the last couple of years. It's not a new system. It's not a new program or anything like that. It's a teaching style that, teachers are being taught. First of all, most excellent teachers have already been using it outside of maybe the named framework, but it really is getting that support, the instructional coaches who can assist our teachers who are barely getting by day to day managing students, and professional development. And hopefully, when people feel valued, whether that's pay or valued in other ways, we can keep you all. We know you have other places to go. But we hope that you feel respected in the district. And I think that those, really are the priorities, is being the best professional you can be. And I can tell you, as, you know, we're all thrilled that, as Ty was saying, thrilled that we're seeing much more in education funding in the legislative agenda than we thought. We kept being told, you know, forget it, there isn't going to be anything there because we're sick of dealing with it. And we're like, well, you can't not deal with it when it's more than half of the statewide budget is education. But they really are trying to step up. We've got some tremendous advocates in the state legislature. We are behind the scenes fighting on your behalf and on our students' behalf to work on the prototypical school model, which, you know, prototypical is, in other words, failing our students. So we know that, and they're working on changes to it. And we're all advocating. We're meeting with our legislators. We're proposing legislation, and we've got school board directors in the state legislature who are proposing bills and working to improve education that certainly improves the lives of our staff as well.
Can I just chime in there and say also that of course, our number one most important job is hiring the next superintendent. And that is a decision that we're taking very seriously and hoping that the next superintendent will be someone who will really help staff feel valued and respected and listened to. And I think that goes a long way towards creating a good working environment. So that's the area where we have like the biggest, you know, crowbar to get leverage with kind of, but then we are also, you know, we do everything that we can, or we are doing everything that we can kind of around the sides where we're able to have influence in, you know, offering support to teachers who are kind of going out on a limb and like pushing their you know, anti-racism curriculum further. We're hoping to support them and to appreciate what they're doing, that type of thing, so that they don't feel like they're kind of like out on a limb with no one having their back.
Thank you.
Any other board member would like to say a few words? I think another a big piece clearly is the teacher coaching and professional development and professional learning communities that we enable, and we appreciate the usefulness of that and how it's empowering. Other one to think about also is how do we empower our teachers? How do we give them agency and in the classrooms and ability to try and be innovative? And you know, I think those are some other places where the board could potentially help and showcase this as a great place to teach and advance in your career. Yeah, the cuts that we have to do for staffing certainly don't help. So we've got a real hole to dig ourselves out of as we prove again Mercer Island is a great place to work and teach, and the students are great, and the parents should be great too.
I just want to remind board members, because it's been said a number of times now, that Mercer Island Education Association actually represents most of the employees in the district, and that includes our classified members. We are not an organization that only has membership within our teaching staff. So I just want to make a reminder to how important our classified members are to our district. And that voice is here at the table as well. So if we can make sure that we direct comments to both certificated and classified staff, our membership would really appreciate that, as we feel that the classified staff is often not treated at the same level of respect as the rest of our district. So thank you very much for your answers. I know our time is starting to come short, but I want to give Kelsey an opportunity to ask a question, and also Jessica.
Thank you. The school board has stated that it recognizes that the pandemic has had a significant impact on student well-being, and I'm curious what the board's current vision is for supporting the increased social emotional health needs of especially students at the high school level. A particular area of concern is high counselor caseloads. I'm wondering if there is an interest in hiring more counselor support. And maybe you could also speak to the really recent guidance from the Secretary of Education about directing pandemic support funds to student tutoring and mental health, and then also the potentially positive news out of the legislature for staffing.
Would anyone like to take that?
We didn't get any student support funds. The ESSER dollars that we got were less than our expenses. So if we had gotten 112 million like Spokane did, absolutely that's where it would be going. We're struggling to hang on to the staff that we have. And so it's hard to say ideally, absolutely, of course. Right now we're hoping to hang on to the staff we have. And it's hard to be optimistic about adding the supports that we know our students need when we're just trying to maintain status quo. And we don't have, we're still hoping for the enrollment stabilization, which actually isn't looking great right now. We're, I think our administration had, we knew that we were coming to this enrollment decline and had a really good strategy to accomplish it to manage it through natural transitions, and then COVID hit. So, we're just all scrambling to make sure that we have, at this point, the basics. And, if we would love to get more funding to support our students, and some of these bills are there. They love to do unfunded mandates. So hopefully they'll come along with funding. But that's where it's going to go. I mean, it's one of the top priorities of the board is social emotional support for our students. And I would argue also for our staff, because if our staff isn't able to support, we know you guys have all gone through the same trauma our students did. And if we can't support our staff, then our staff can't be there to support our students. It's not a very good answer. It's just unfortunately, it's kind of the reality.
I think I echo Deborah's comments regarding, unfortunately, that we haven't been the beneficiary of ESSER dollars, nearly to the same extent as other districts. On an optimistic side, I think there's hope that perhaps through the capital and technology budget that we can explore online mental health counseling to have video conferencing and emergency services, particularly as we are conducting, this discussion online. I think that it actually could facilitate many conversations, particularly where students may be more reluctant to go to a counselor in the high school in person, who might not also have the availability because of the extent of how many students need these services. So I think there is some positive opportunities.
I also appreciated some of the work done at the high school. Walter Kelly is really on top of the social emotional health of our students there. And I appreciate all the work being done for graduation pathways to make it so that students can find ways to graduate and optimize their courses appropriately. The ability to get an incomplete and deal with your tests later as needed was actually taken advantage of by a number of students. And there's lots of anxiety that comes in different ways. There's the test taking for many students. This is their first time ever taking a test in school. They've been online previously, so we appreciate how teachers were very thoughtful and caring through that. So I think there is a lot we can do there to think about that. And also Donna has raised, in the middle school, where thinking about other ways of doing grading instead of A, B, C, D, it's a standards-based grading. So your question gives us a lot to think about as we think about policies moving forward and how we reflect back on them during this time. For sure, this is a real crisis for mental health, and how we rebuild our system from now will hopefully makes us more resilient in the future as we take our learnings forward into policy. So thank you for that.
Kelsey, do you feel like your question needs a redirect, or are you okay? Maybe not.
I appreciate those comments. I think that it's a, bigger issue than we'll resolve in the next few minutes, but I appreciate those comments for now.
Jessica.
Thank you. Just finishing up notes.
Sorry.
So my question is regarding the levies that are coming up. Mercer Island Education Association members support the district renewal levies because we know our schools depend on funding from local levies to best serve our students' educational needs. We're also aware that the February 8th is the deadline to vote to renew these two levies that support our district. In what ways can interested MIEA members best support the passing of the two levies?
I would reach out to at yesmischools.org. There's a volunteer space over there, so people can sign up and volunteer for sign waving and endorsing the levies and then helping with the campaign. You'll be contacted by members of the CMIPS team. I think that's probably the best way to do that, and we'll probably keep it at minimum as to how much we talk about campaigning and things like this in the boardroom. We really don't want to turn this into a campaign speech, but I appreciate the question, Jessica.
I would also note, I'm not sure when the cutoff date is, but if you have students who have turned 18 recently, if they didn't pre-register to vote before turning 18, like when they got their driver's license or something, it's actually still possible, I think, for them to register now and receive a ballot in this election. I'm sure you can't be advocating for them to vote on any particular topic, but as far as like doing their civic duty and becoming registered to vote, because my son did not pre-register. He just turned 18 on the 14th, and he registered online, I think on Friday, and he just got his ballot today.
That's exciting. That's definitely one of the stages.
Yes, we have 4 voters in my household now. It's very exciting.
That's very exciting. Michelle, would you like to ask your question, or do you feel that it is better asked in another format to Ty?
It's kind of tied to the funding questions already asked, but just very simply, the hopeful financial relief that you spoke of from the legislature, if that were to take place and the budget is on track, as you mentioned, which is great, if that frees up funding, what would be the priorities and goals of the board with how to make decisions about that funding? Which whomever would like to answer is welcome.
Any board member would like to take that? Daniel, how about you?
Well, I think, first we're going to have to see when, if enrollment stabilization passes. And I think, the other sort of critical aspect is, looking at cash flow. I think the priority from my perspective, which I think is shared by many on the board, is to make sure there's no disruption for this academic year, and that we're able to maintain the levels that we have currently, and then figure out how to strategically work within the budget, whatever it turns out to be, when we have clarity on enrollment stabilization going forward.
I do think also that this is an area where if we were lucky enough to not only be able to maintain everything we have currently and potentially add back in some things that we've had to cut due to budget issues, I think this is an area where we really look to our administrators to be most familiar with kind of where we can get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of helping both students and our staff to get done and to receive what they need to receive. Like the board certainly would have input into that, but we're not on the front lines of that. It would be so nice though. It would be lovely.
other school districts have also created a small team to spend time understanding how to spend their ESSER dollars, for example. And if such an occurrence happened, we'd certainly look to the superintendent to help guide us through the process of prioritizing any extra funds and what we bring back. Many of the questions asked today, such as the mental health of students, teacher retention, and UDL and professional development, all really resonate with us now. So I appreciate all the feedback around this. And so sorry, Sally, and thank you as well for letting us know about the classified staff and how we should keep them as well top of mind. Bus drivers, the janitors, the food service program, everything around here all goes towards making this ship run as well as it does. So thank you much for that too, Sally.
You're welcome, and thank you for acknowledging that. I think members really appreciate that. I want to thank everybody for being here and being part of this. I do have one last question, and that question has to do with the specific ways that the school board is going to work to improve the communication between itself and the community stakeholders. How will the board direct a new superintendent to prioritize and improve communication with stakeholders, and especially Mercer Island School District employees, the vast majority of whom are our MIEA members?
So I can start with this by just saying that for sure, communication is literally the #1 item on our list of priorities. So that's definitely something we have kind of top of mind and are thinking about as we're doing our screening of potential candidates, and as we do our thinking about this. I think a lot of good stuff came out of the search consultants visit in terms of speaking with people about like where they thought we were doing well, where they thought we needed some improvements in terms of communication. We've been adding some new features in terms of how the board communicates. Like I'm now regularly updating, the superintendent search page. And in addition, we have now this sign up. So we will have emails going out to that sign up, that kind of thing. I'm always interested in hearing people's thoughts about how the board can communicate better. We're not responsible for the district's communications outward, although they certainly, ask us for input on things. But as far as the board communications, like I'd love to hear what people think about them. So please always feel free to email me, maggietucker@mercerislandschools.org. And happy to like chat or email with anybody.
And with that, it is 6:01, so we'll have to say our good farewells. And thank you very much for taking this time. And also give us feedback on this format. Normally, this is nice that the board gets beaten up and has to answer these questions and provide our values. So I think this is a good use of the time, but if you have any feedback around this, please do let us know as well.
We really appreciate the opportunity to have a dialogue with the board and the respectful answers and the willingness to communicate with us. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you. And with this, we will recess till how about 6:07, 5 minutes, and start up the next session at 6:07. So I'll see you back in a little bit.
Andrews, can you change us from panelists to participants? Is that possible?
Yep, I can do that. So don't worry about disconnecting or leaving. I'll just move you back to attendees.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, welcome back. It is 6:08 and we're resuming our regular board meeting. With this, I would like a motion to establish the agenda.
Motion to establish the agenda as posted.
And a second.
Second.
Motion made by Maggie and seconded by Deborah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And with that, we have our agenda. Donna, please, recognition.
We actually, as you can see on the agenda, we have no recognition for this meeting.
Okay, and we have no public input either, so let's move on to 2D, Superintendent Report.
We do have some items for you there. We have a couple of things that we thought would be good to update the board on. First up, and I know President Tucker mentioned this at a previous meeting after our last Superintendent Equity Advisory, she had shared about hearing from the students. So tonight we have invited the students who presented to the Equity Advisory to also come and talk to the board about the work that they've been doing and engaged in at Mercer Island High School. Student Voices for Change have really implemented some change pretty quickly and effectively at Mercer Island High School. So I am going to turn it over to Dr. Rundle and I believe Associate Principal Erica Hill is their faculty advisor, and I think she is here as well. So take it away.
Thank you. Andrews, I can see you're starting to promote people, so thank you. And I will let you, let me bring the students in first and make sure that we have them all. Ms. Hill, if you wouldn't mind just checking on the attendees, making sure we're bringing in all of the students as you see them. Just let Andrews know who you'd like to promote. And if there's any other faculty or staff from the high school that are joining you tonight as well, let us know.
I believe that Kelly John Lewis might be joining us as well.
Okay. There he is. I see him there. I'm sure Andrews will promote him. Great. So building off of what Superintendent Kolaski had just mentioned, you know, part of the change process and perhaps the most powerful part is when obviously our students are engaged and really taking ownership. And, you know, we've seen a number of groups come together and form at Mercer Island High School, really supporting social justice in a very broad sense and really coming at it from a number of different lenses. And I know that one of the aspirations of students and staff, as I've been talking to Kelly John Lewis as he comes on here for the past couple of years, is, you know, how do you unify those voices so that you don't have just individual clubs doing really important work, but those clubs doing important work, but also coming together and having a unified voice. And so at the beginning of this year, as Ms. Hill was coming on board, one of the things that she started working on with leaders like Katie McCon and Kelly John Lewis and others was, you know, really how do we bring that together? And so as Superintendent Kolaski mentioned, we had our Student Voices for Change come and be a part of our Superintendent Equity Advisory Council. And so Ms. Hill and Mr. John Lewis, if I can just kind of invite your voices in, have you introduce the students to all of us, or they can introduce themselves and really give an update on the work you've been working on. And we're also on the cusp of the month of February, which is Black History Month. And there's some important initiatives that I know that they've been working on as well. So over to you all.
Thank you so much, Fred, and thank you all for having us tonight. I will just start off by saying how lucky I feel to work with Mr. John Lewis and this group of students. It's been just a phenomenal journey so far and really looking forward to all we have ahead. Our Student Voices for Change, as mentioned, came together, and I just want to share with you the vision statement that they came up with, and then would love to have Mr. John Lewis kind of give an update and share about what's coming up, and then the opportunity for each student to share. So the Student Voices for Change mission statement is one that's guided by our commitment to empathy, curiosity, and accountability. Student Voices for Change seeks to instate student-led initiatives that foster open dialogues, a sense of safety, equal opportunities, and a feeling of belonging for every Mercer Island High School student, regardless of their personal identity. And just beyond inspired by what all of these students on the screen are doing and how they're moving the needle. And I'd love to pass it over to Mr. John Lewis to share a little bit about what we have coming up in the month of February as we are celebrating Black History Month.
Well, I'm just going to turn it over to Ella, our president, because I'm just mainly here to support her, but she will definitely let you know what we've been up to and what we're planning to continue to do. So take over, Ella.
Hi, I'm Ella. I'm the president of Black Student Union. And we've been kind of talking about this month of February for a while. We had some big plans, but the COVID outbreak after break has kind of not put a stop to it, but like pushed it in a little more of like a lesser direction. But we had our MLK Assembly on January 12th, and it was live streamed from members of our club to the classes around the school. And included in that were statements and poems made by members and allies of BSU. We had all the members of BSU write something about their experience in the school district, and they were anonymously read by other members of the club to the school. And that was something that I got a lot of really powerful feedback from, and was super amazing to be a part of. And then we had Kelly's video from Youth and Family Services play, as well as a TED Talk. And that was kind of that was our Martin Luther King Assembly. And even though it wasn't in person, like we had planned to do it, I mean, it was in person, but it was live streamed. It was still really incredible for me to be a part of it. And I was really proud of how it turned out and how we kind of switched our course of action in the last minute after coming back from break. And over February, we want to have 2 more assemblies, virtual. We haven't really decided on whether they're going to be live streamed like they were, or if we're going to have a speaker record a video that can be presented to our school. So we're working on that, and we have hopefully two assemblies in February, as well as we've asked band and choir and the steel drum classes if they were willing to learn any material that they feel like contributed to Black culture, and that'll be played hopefully every day in the Commons during lunch, but right now it's for sure on every Friday. And we're working on getting warm-up shirts for the 2 basketball teams to wear during the month of February during their basketball games, as well as shirts to give out to the whole school. And we just launched our 21-day race and equity challenge that is being pushed out to every faculty member, student, person in the high school and across the island if they wanted to participate. And I've gotten a lot of really positive feedback from it, and I'm really happy to see other people participating as well. Yeah, I think those are the big things. If Brooks or Kelly wants to hop in here too.
We're also having in February, on February 2nd, we're having a webinar hosted through the city with us, the JCC, and one MI about inclusivity on Mercer Island, the redlining situation that used to exist, that obviously doesn't exist, but the deeds actually still exist. So we're giving a webinar on that. So we're looking forward to the community being involved with that, and that'd be the first big thing that the BSU is doing with the community. So yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Brooks, do you want to share a little bit about your role with Instagram and with BSU?
Yeah, so a couple weeks ago before break, we established an Instagram page and a Facebook group page for the Black Student Union at MIHS. I have been running it alongside Kelly, and the two of us, along with the entire club, have been spreading the word, trying to get as many followers from students and faculty at MIHS as possible to help spread the word on new events going on. We spread the word on the assembly. I've been posting daily about the 21-day racial equity challenge, which Ella brought up. There's also a post already about the webinar that Kelly mentioned, as well as further updates to help spread the word about that. And from there, I have high hopes that it's going to spread the word. I think it's going to be great.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I'd love to hear from all the other. Yes.
I apologize for interrupting, but do you think Brooks could give us the Instagram page? I've seen it and it's brilliant, and it was brilliant to use Finley's page, but that's how I saw it. So if you could give us the name of your page, then we can follow as well. Just give yourself a promo.
So the username for the Instagram page is @bsu.mihs. No like underscore, it's just like one word and a dot. And then the Facebook group page is MIHS Black Student Union. And I'm the creator and one of the admins for that. So I approve everybody that comes in.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brooks. And I'd love to hear from all the members of Student Voices for Change as well about just your role, different clubs that you're involved with, any activities you have coming up. Chase, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'd love to. Hi, everybody. I'm Chase. I'm the current president of the QSA. In terms of stuff that's going on with my club, I have a few guest speakers teed up. One is an independent filmmaker. The other is a PA assistant at Kaiser Medical Center. In terms of broader goals for my club, I'd like to support Student Voice for Change as much as possible, and I have a bunch of stuff planned for Pride Month.
Wonderful, thank you. And I just want to recognize the work that you did for an ally poster that we have hanging up in our commons, and it's pictures of students and staff saying why they're allies, and just a beautiful inclusive representation right there. Devin, would you be willing to share maybe about the Daffodil Project and any other pieces with our group?
I'm happy to. I am like in my garage coming home from an extracurricular. I want to make sure I was here, but does someone want to go right before me so that I can like get set up and speak to everybody in the best way possible?
Absolutely. Lena, would you like to go?
Yeah, that's fine. I am a leadership member for ECAR, which is the Education Coalition for Asian American Representation, and I'm also one of the editors-in-chief for the newspaper. In talking about kind of stuff I've been doing is ECAR, we've done during quarantine, we did a lot of webinars on different aspects of Asian American culture, and we're attempting to do something similar this year, focused on different aspects. But COVID's causing a lot of issues. So stuff's up in the air, but really we're just trying to focus on sharing Asian culture and different things that group members are passionate about with the larger community. And with the newspaper, our next issue is coming out in February. So we have an article on Black Student Union and the work that they're doing coming out because February is Black History Month. And one thing I'd like to say is about Student Voices for Change in general is I've really appreciated the way that it's helped me have like a better understanding of administration and have a better line of communication. I know that I had, for example, a discussion with my English class about something at the school, and I knew immediately I was able to talk to Ms. Hill about it because of Student Voices for Change. And it really just made the process of communicating so much easier. I feel like this year I've, talked to more of the adults involved in the school than I have for the rest of 3 years I have at high school. And that's something I really appreciate and enjoy.
Thank you so much, Lena. And last but not least, Devin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Devin Benaroya. I'm a senior, and I am the co-president of the Holocaust Education Committee at the Mercer Island High School. And we also work with other schools in the district, just trying to foster that curiosity, empathy, and understanding surrounding the Holocaust and other events of genocide and atrocity. And so at the beginning of this year, the rest of my group, along with myself, were kind of thinking of ways that we could bring Holocaust education into the district on a level that hasn't really been seen here before, one that kind of targets the root of the issues that we've seen surrounding anti-Semitic events that have happened in the past, which is specifically education and understanding why certain things are okay to say, why certain things aren't okay to say, and just really creating a space for younger students, especially, to ask questions about an event that's really big and scary and kind of talked about hush hush. And so we just want to, just create that space. And so we took part in an international initiative to plant 1.5 million daffodil bulbs in commemoration of the children who were murdered in the Holocaust, in addition to other children who are facing identity-based violence today, which is unfortunately a lot. And we went into Island Park Elementary School, worked with Dr. Rundle, worked with the administration at that school, 5th grade teachers, their school counselor, and we created a educational lesson about the Holocaust, but more specifically about the lesson surrounding the Holocaust, what it means to be an upstander, bystander, or a perpetrator, what we can do when we see something that just doesn't sit right, or what we can do when we see somebody else being targeted for an identity that they can't change. And so we went into the elementary school in early November. We planted 250 daffodil bulbs with all of their 5th graders. And it was just such a great experience to see all of these students be so engaged in a topic that I personally am really passionate about and have dedicated lots of time outside of school to studying and helping educate on. And overall, that was just really powerful to also see so many adults, like Lena said, in our district really seeking to help raise student voices and see what our younger generation has to offer, like our own peers. And yeah, it was really great. And right now we're kind of in the planning stages of we're thinking about doing like a community vigil or a name reading during Genocide Awareness Month, which is April, specific to our own club. And then recently I introduced the idea of kind of a documentary style investigation, kind of partnering with Student Voices for Change to interview minority students at MIHS and record their experience, to kind of have a I guess just a record of how people exist on Mercer Island as minorities, and have that to look back on and have that to reflect on as we move forward in the future. And yeah, that's me. That's what I do. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you all. And I just can't say enough about all 5 of the students that are here and the work that you're doing and the legacy you're leaving, and just so excited to see what's going to happen for the rest of the year and in the future. And also just Mr. John Lewis, his story that he shared at our Islander Hour last week is a big piece of what's motivated Devin to want to do this documentary special as well. And just so appreciate your partnership, Mr. John Lewis, and love to open up for questions or anything else that we can share with the group.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys all for coming out. I mean, at least virtually for coming to talk to us, because I was so excited to hear before about what was going on, and I think it's great for the other board members to hear it as well, and for the community. I wanted to thank also Ms. Hill and Mr. John Lewis for everything that they're doing to help make this happen. And it's really exciting to me to hear not just like about events, which we kind of tend to hear about anyway. Yes, some kids planted some daffodils, but kind of like the thinking behind them and like what you guys are all learning and able to share with other students and share with the community. And also just from hearing you talk, it sounds like you're kind of like bouncing off of each other, and really like more things are happening because of the kind of gestalt of like all these groups kind of working together and kind of like echoing and like enlarging others' voices. So it's just really exciting. So thank you.
And if I can just add on to that, I think the amplification has extended down to the middle school, and even you heard the link to elementaries, but I know that this group and the Just team down here at Islander Middle School have had some connectivity there today, and I know that they're doing some really important work. We were down here for a training today, and they commemorated Devin, and seeing you right there. They took a moment today to commemorate International Holocaust Remembrance Day, because that's today. And so, that has been a push too, is to make sure that, we're building this at younger ages, so that when they're getting to the high school, students are matriculating through, they're getting more and more empowered to make the change. So students, thank you for bringing along your colleagues in the other schools.
Thank you very much. This was lovely to hear. It's pretty amazing where schools, how welcoming and inclusive schools have become since I was a kid. So it it actually brings tears to my eyes. So thank you very much for all you're doing. I really appreciate it, and I think it means a lot even to my kids. So thank you. Donna, is there anything else next?
My heart is so full when I hear the term amplifying student voice. That has been such a personal goal for me over the last 4.5 years. And thank you so much to Mr. Lewis and Ms. Hill for bringing these groups together that sometimes might not be able to find their voice. And this has just been really heartwarming, and same sentiments as Director De Souza. I am thrilled to see all of you here. And if you need some support in communicating some of the things you're doing, please remember to reach out to our communications coordinator, Ian Henry. Things like your Instagram pages, and if you're going to go back and circle around on the Daffodil Project when they bloom, how awesome would that be? Let us know, because we want to help communicate that out to the broader community. Thank you, students, for amazing, tremendous, fabulous. I can't think of enough superlative words to describe what you're doing, but thank you. And as Andreves supports our students moving out, we are going to move on. We do have an update to the board. We need to provide the board with an update on the required by OSPI academic and student well-being recovery plan. You might have recall hearing about this last spring as we were transitioning into this school year, and our all things academic and student well-being recovery plan is here now to talk to you about the work that our schools have been involved in and that she has helped put in place and monitor. Nova, Assistant Director in Learning Services. Glad to have you here, Nova.
Thanks, Donna. Let me cue this up. Fred, do you want me to just do it from my computer, presumably?
Sure, that works. As Nova's pulling that up, as we were reflecting and putting this together, and as we've been, thinking about the recovery plan, something that became really apparent to us is that through the fundamentals and our monitoring of that, we actually hold ourselves accountable and find ways to continuously monitor. And so this particular plan that OSPI asked us to put together and then monitor throughout the year, being academic and student well-being, actually is very timely, because tonight we provide some information about some of the academics through Fundamental 2, and then student well-being around especially social and emotional learning comes into more of that Fundamental 3, which is coming up in your next board meeting. And so we have a chance to talk a little bit more about it with you over the next couple of meetings. But Nova's put together just a broad overview to help remind you and the community and everyone of our original plan, and then some of the things that we've continued to work on and continue to go. So with that, Nova.
I can't share my screen, so if someone could let me do that, I will do that.
Got it.
You should be good now, Nova.
Thanks. I didn't want to interrupt you, friend. Right. Now get everything situated. Okay.
We've got a good picture of you and your adorable family.
So you can't actually see what you need to. That's perfect. Great. Let's try that over again. There
we go.
Thank you. Yes, that's my family. Now that you've all seen that. Okay, so we'll do some reminders and then we'll kind of jump in on the updates, and Fred and I will kind of bounce back and forth on some of that. But just as a reminder, there were some requirements from OSPI as a part of this plan. So first, we needed to provide equitable access. We did need to post that and have some communication out to the community. So we did that in the spring. And we also had a survey that went out to provide some insight as to what the community profile provided as their sort of highlights and points that they wanted to prioritize. Of that, if you recall, two big ones were really academics and then social emotional well-being for students, which is really the intent of the plan, frankly. We did have initial board approval at that point in last school year, and then we have to provide updates periodically, both to OSPI and of course to you as our board. We have lots of communication and sort of how we get information from different stakeholders in our groups or different members of our community and staff. And of course, the committees that we have, and as well as the board. So we've done lots of work there. So those are just sort of the OSPI requirements that we have. I don't know why you can't see all of this. Let's do this. Nope. All right. Let's move this over so you can actually see it. All right, so the plan requirements around assessment identifications, what we did have to do is we had to identify what assessments we would utilize, both in social emotional and academics. So we had lots and lots of things, if you recall, seeing the plan in its form. The way that it exists was that it was a lot of check boxes. So we had to check for each grade level, and we had to check for each building. And then we had to identify even within those buildings, which specific grade levels and groupings of students would access those assessments. We also had to address what frequency we were using those assessments. So for example, in our benchmarking in K-5, we would use that 3 times a year. For our social emotional assessments, that differed at the different grade levels. The student group identification, we had to talk about disproportionality of impacted student groups, and that was part of what you saw in the last one, the racial equity tool, around guiding questions to support making sure that we weren't intentionally or unintentionally leaving out any particular grouping of students as human beings involved in our school district. So these were just the categories that were listed within the OSPI plan that we had to then give feedback on. And then we had to talk about interventions and strategies that we would use to support learners in a very general sense. So we provided that information to OSPI as well. So in terms of our overview of what we're going to provide tonight in that check-in is that I'm going to talk about the assessments themselves. There's not a whole lot that's changed there. We're using the assessments that we outlined that we would be using. In some cases, we are using additional things on top of that. So this year, it's definitely one of those things where as we sort of navigate through this process, we have a lot of things going on. So even as we think about academics and assessments for benchmarking, we also have legislation around areas of weakness associated with dyslexia. So there are navigation points there in terms of our assessments that we're using and learning new things in each leg of our journey. We are.
No, but the slide didn't move forward. I think you went forward a slide. Did you?
I
but it's
did.
not showing for us.
You can't see a check-in overview?
Nope, we're still back on the plan requirements. Sorry.
I am not sure. Thanks for telling me.
Yep.
All right, here, I'm going to take us out of this. I'm just going to go back to Google Slides, since it doesn't want to function well anyway. Okay, now can you see it, Fred?
Yep.
Great. So in terms of our check-in overview around what we have, those assessments haven't changed much. But what we did do is we checked in with each of the school buildings and we asked them the questions that you see there on the screen. So we asked them about how SIPs address academic and well-being recovery, because that was the intent of the plan, really. We talked about student voice. We also asked them about community voice as well as a part of that. So student and community. A lot of that was around the committee work that each of the buildings have. And then we did talk about what areas of student need there were that perhaps they didn't anticipate necessarily, and what they need more support from, specifically from our team in learning services and the district central office staff. And then what are some celebrations or exciting things that they're doing? Because amidst all of the intensity of this year, there are definitely a lot of celebrations that we have. So our first one is K-5 elementary check-in. So as I go in here, their SIPs continue to focus, as you well know, on building structures of MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, with response to intervention and positive behavior intervention systems. So those schools are still focused very much in that work, and it continues to be work that they've been doing over the last several years. They bring in student voice in lots of different ways, but a sampling of those ways: they engage in class meetings in their classrooms, they have student councils, they also have other groupings such as lunch bunches, small groups through youth and family services and things of that sort. In terms of student needs that they are seeing right now, a big part of this, and you'll see it as a theme across all of the levels, is social emotional needs. So students are expressing lots of anxiety, stress in social settings, in academic settings. It's really sort of all around. And then what you see sort of as that follows is around the physicality of that. So what they're seeing is that the response that students are having to some of that is the inability, even I think, frankly, as some adults during this time, to sort of measure ourselves back to zero when we're stressed or anxious in a particular situation. And so sometimes that expresses itself in physical ways that are unintended, but just sort of where they are. So they're working on needing more around conflict resolution strategies, how to support students with that, so that if they are escalated, how do they de-escalate in a safe way that doesn't necessarily mean that they might be injuring themselves or others. School support that they've requested, a big part of that was around special services and just supporting staff with inclusive practices at all levels of the spectrum there. They continue to want support around PBIS and those inclusive practices as referenced before. And then Fred, you added those last couple bullets if you want to add those.
Yes, just thinking about, the school supports and thinking, how can we continue to distribute and allocate resources across the schools? We know that, especially in surges like right now, that we seem to have at least weathered really well with the staff is really thinking about some of the grants that we were able to apply for to gain access to additional supports in the health rooms, and being able to double up on supports coming out of the winter break when we realized where the surge was, taking the pressure off of or supporting that area so that we can continue to support in classrooms would be evidence of that. But one of the most important things is just maintaining the routines and structures. And by keeping our schools open to in-person learning and disrupting the schedules, and you know, obviously we had weather and we can't help that, but even those weren't full days of cancellation, that those were late starts, but really thinking about how do we maintain those routines and structures so that we have a more seamless and continuous school year. So those are some of the school supports that we've continued to think about that may go unnoticed, but actually make a really big difference. It's also important for our staff. We know that even amongst a year like this year where we have been in person, and you heard it today from our partners with MIEA, that, you know, there's a certain amount of exhaustion, and we're all feeling that as humans, but certainly our educators are definitely feeling that. And so making sure that our routines and structures are in place for them as well.
Thank you. So celebrations, we have done some really cool work, I think, this year with Universal Design for Learning. I've been in this district since 2009, and it's the first time I really feel like we are really making some progress and moving forward in a consistent way. And I think that we're really feeling that across the elementaries in terms of the planning and execution of the professional learning surrounding Universal Design for Learning and inclusive practices. So that focused professional learning is a big win, I think, for us. The next one is just about collaborative staff input. So one of the things that they've sought more is making sure that the staff have a voice really in that SIP, because SIPs kind of were this nebulous thing that staff didn't necessarily invest a whole lot of energy in some places years and years ago. But I think that they're doing a lot more with this and have been doing a lot more with this. So this continues to be a celebration for our schools and principals and staff. And then just as Fred alluded, the idea of just staying open, that's something I think that they're very proud of, though it's created a lot of exhaustion. I think that everybody's pretty proud that we've been able to manage as effectively as we have. All right, our middle school and their updates. The SIP focus this year is really on essential standards and proficiency scales. So they've been working toward that. They have several committees that they reference, so they have lots of things, but the big ones that they referenced were JUST and leadership as ways that they could bring in student voice in this process, and to do bring in student voice in this process. Some student needs that they are seeing, you'll see the same thread as the prior one, which is anxiety, stress, and social interaction, that those are showing up at middle school a lot more than in a typical year. Layering in that now we're having young adults, we're starting to see more depression and suicidal ideation with those students, and conflict and challenges within their relationships, and trying to help them resolve those conflicts. The other thing that they added in was the idea of stamina just for a full day of school. So even in January, that continues to be a challenge for kids, that, you know, we're trying to rebuild something that we've been off for a bit. In terms of what the middle school referenced as needing more support with is engaging students more in providing their voice as a part of all of the work that they're doing. They also referenced just the idea of continued professional learning on those impacts of COVID-19 on the children and adults in their buildings. In terms of Gator Time and Say Something, I think those are both tools that they leverage to do some of that work. Fred, did you want to add anything for that?
Yeah, I think that those are supports, and the Say Something, I think it was an update that we provided to the board and community, perhaps the last meeting, although it may have been in December, and that's been some of the work that the schools have been doing along with Erin Battersby through her lens of, really thinking about that whole child support, and that it's another resource for our students to be able to report to us when they are experiencing trauma in their lives, and whether or not that is leading to concerns about their own mental health or the mental health of others. It's a new way for us to intervene with students. So, we're continuing to find different supports. That's a middle school and high school initiative off of the work through the Sandy Hook Promise. So there's been some innovative change, as well as trying to stick with what's been tried and true as well.
Thanks. Celebrations, they also echoed professional learning, but their focus, of course, is on the equitable grading practices and including students in that learning process as they work through that. And I know that that is a hot topic, and they've done a lot of work trying to get not only their staff on that progress, but also talking to community members and students about that work, which is work that we're seeing happen across the state and across the country. Collaborative staff response and adaptability. I think that's echoed across all of the buildings, really, even though it's just listed here. I think that our staff has been really adaptive in this process and trying to be collaborative and making things function as a system in a time when it's really hard to function in that way. Our high school, then, we see here that, so Walter referenced the SIP here, talking about psychologically protective factors and making sure that they have high expectations, but also maintaining social emotional well-being with their students. And they bring in lots of student voice with all of the different groupings that they have. And they also have some student work groups that meet every 6 weeks together. In terms of student need, this is no shock to anybody. I don't think we're seeing the same thing across the K-12 system, anxiety and stress. There seems to be some particular stress at the high school around those summative assessments. We're in final season and things like that. So there is definitely some stress there, grades. And then again, that stamina of just having to be in school for a full day all year long. Some things that they would like some more support with, they've talked about getting more PR, I guess is the best word to put it around the work that they're doing with UDL, so that we can start sharing some of the things that they're doing as well. And then there are some additional resources that are sort of around what they're using. So Fred referenced the CARES team here, their counseling support. They both have the high school counseling team as well as the youth and family services team there, trying to adjust the schedules for finals and things like that, and even content and things of that nature in classrooms in and of themselves. And then expanding the role of the school psychologist, which I think is maybe an expansion of all roles in public education right now. And then say something as well. Fred, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I just, that collaboration throughout that counseling center at the high school continues to be a great resource. But, just being creative about, as students were really concerned about those end of the year or end of semester tests or projects, and the team really worked together at the high school to come up with creative ways to extend the grading period, extend the time for when finals needed to be made up or could be taken due to students who were out because of COVID or because of close contact. So just an example of trying to find ways to be as supportive as possible, recognizing again what the student need is, and then trying to respond within the resources that we have.
Some of the celebrations that they've expressed is, again, that collaborative work that they've been doing, particularly around action research with UDL, and then managing all of this amidst COVID. And then just whole child opportunities that they've had both in and outside of their classrooms in 9-12. Next steps, well, we have lots of them, but here are just a handful of them, I would say. So I think first and foremost, I should just say that, as they express their needs, learning services is, of course, always talking about what the needs of the buildings are and how to best support them. But as it pertains to academics, we continue to monitor semester and trimester progress and grades, as do teachers, as do schools, of course. We are working already, as you can imagine, even though it's January, on thinking about summer school. Progress monitoring and benchmarks assessments, we're in the midst of that right now at our elementary level. We also have another round of Smarter Balanced assessments and science assessments this spring, and then also tracking graduation. For social emotional learning and really assessments as well, they're using the expert at IMS and MIHS, and they used that last year as well at the middle school. We
And just a
continue.
reminder on that, sorry, Nova, if I can
No worries.
just a quick one, that's the screening, brief intervention, referral to treatment that we were part of, and that the middle school was first to join on to, and then the high school joined on this year. That's through the King County Best Starts Kids, and this particular tool was built in conjunction with Children's Hospital to really be able to, it's not a screening tool for wide, like whole school at this point. It's really targeted at certain grade levels or groups. And as we learn more, we'll expand it, but it allows our staff to quickly determine and intervene with students who may need support right away, who may need it over time, and who are really on a solid trajectory at the time, but may need support later on.
The continuation of our second step introduction in K-8 and then the elementaries as well have their own process for identifying students who are in need of additional social emotional supports. Bridges and Gator Time help support that work as well. We have a pilot cohort of students that are taking the online SEL. Fred, did you want to touch on that at all?
Yeah, sorry, that should have said staff, not students. I had just now seen that. Sorry, I double crossed you, Nova. There's a online program of staff that are going to be taking some coursework in this area for K-5 and 6-12.
Thanks. High school and beyond planning with the counselors, and then target support following SEL lessons. So as we learn more about what we need, then we use instruction to help support the learners. I think that's it.
Great. Nova, you want to stop sharing? We'll open it up to questions. Thank you.
Love to.
Any questions from board members?
I wanted to say thank you for this really excellent overview. I knew about a lot of those individual pieces, but it's really nice to see it kind of grouped together like that. But as just a piece of feedback from a accessibility standpoint, that those purple slides are impossible to read, like at least over a computer screen. So maybe skip that color next time. But otherwise, excellent. Thank you.
Tam?
Thank you. So I know that this recovery plan is coming from OSPI. And so just kind of wanting to ask more about the requirement from OSPI. I see that in your, they're asking us to look at student and the disproportionate impacted groups. And I see that it's not students with special needs are not in there. So I wondered if there was a special, or a different plan that OSPI asked for them, or were they supposed to be wrapped up in here? So that's curious about the expectation for OSPI with that.
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, that is a part of it, but what I think that they target in a lot of this conversation is around racial equity. That was a lot of what they were targeting, but I think probably it should just be on there as students with disabilities as a part of that grouping. It is something we addressed in our plan as we went through last year.
I'm glad. And I remember seeing that plan, and it was, like Fred, you were saying, it's just a lot of checkup box. And I do agree, it was a lot of it. We have our system in place, but then our system in place takes a couple of years to kind of collect the data and rotate, but during this time, when I hear of a recovery plan, I think of a quicker response. And I wonder if OSPI also lay out kind of a timeline of expectation of when do we gather data, if we need to gather new data so we can respond quickly, because I feel confident that on the ground level, we are, when you identify, and I love, Nova, how you put out, student needs, and I'm glad that we're doing such a great job in identifying the needs and where the schools are supporting, but then on a system level, right? Because, I guess, it's still not mediating it. I need to see kind of quantitatively, like how, of all the strategies we're doing, what are the changes? And so does OSPI ask for that? And or currently our plan going to get there to a point where we're able to kind of see, the number of physical, extra interaction that's happening, and then based on our strategies, how it has been reduced. Because so I guess one, does OSPI ask for it, and two, does our plan, when you mentioned about the frequency of use, are we going beyond our typical regular kind of current processes that are in place? Are we doing it a little bit quicker?
Yeah. So to answer your first question, no, what you saw last year was really what OSPI asked for. And then the update is really an attestation that basically says that we've updated our board and that we have been doing what it is that we said we would be doing. So it's very minimal. And I think that a big part of that is just the local control element in Washington state that we see. So that's pretty common for lots of the things that we get. In terms of, are we doing more than we normally would? I think the simple answer is yes. It depends on the process that we're looking at in terms of what we're doing that's more or less, right? So I can use an example from that sort of layers in another law, right? If we think about our legislation around screening for areas of weakness associated with dyslexia, while our teachers are still maintaining using the same benchmarking process, there are added layers that are now a requirement of that we built as our protocol. And in the fall, we did one part. And now as we go into winter, I'm altering some of that process as we go forward based on what we saw happen in the fall. So we make regular alterations to the things that we're doing. I think some of the things that are more building specific, they would be able to talk more specifically about things like the SBIRT and things of that sort in terms of when and how and why they're doing things or changing things as they go through. But I think the simple answer is yes, we are absolutely doing things differently than we ordinarily would based on who we see before us and kind of how things are coming back, with, of course, the threat of meeting all of the compliance for Washington state.
And I would just add into that, I think we tried to take this as an opportunity to not just, I think Nova, you were getting at this, and Director Din as well, just not to check the boxes, but if there's something that they're asking us to do or that we have to do, we can either look at it through the lens of compliance, or we can look at it through the lens of there's a compliance element, but there's opportunity to get better. And that's looking at some of our assessment tools, looking at the ways that we're screening students. The tool that we used last year for social emotional learning was not one that we felt that was going to be A, sustainable, 2, cost effective, and 3, giving us the results we needed. And so we've been looking at others. And I think earlier on in the year, I shared an example from the middle school with sources of strength and an assessment that they decided to use. SBIRT is another. So continuously trying to find ways. But we learned some things. The high schools continued on with the CARES team. It started last year out of an emergent need. They've decided that is a great use of their skill sets within their staff to provide some wraparound services to students. I can definitely say that we're outreaching with community partners, not just YFS, although I would definitely say that they are embedded throughout all of this as well, but really thinking about community partners near and far and ways that we can continue to support students.
Thank you, Nova and Fred. I really appreciate that. I think it's really important to understand from the community and for our perspective, what is baseline expectation from OSPI? And then I appreciate how we look at through, Fred, when you're saying we take this opportunity to stretch ourselves to see where, how we, this is an opportunity, right, for us to really respond to our students and where we can make that changes along the way. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And just to clarify some verbiage a little bit, this is referred to as the Academic and Student Wellness or Wellbeing Recovery Plan, but that word recovery is also used in discussing special services. And we actually have linked on our website for folks to see the roadmap for special education recovery services that have requirements from OSPI as well. So if the board wants to see what OSPI's direction is for special education recovery services, you can find that link. We linked it on the website, so it's easy to find, hopefully.
Did this come with any additional funding from OSPI, or was this regular unfunded mandate?
This was kind of tied into the ESSER funds and all of that. So there was a federal government component to this when they released the money, telling the states that, you know, we want some accountability, and then the state saying, okay, OSPI, there's going to need to be so it's kind of tied up into that, but there wasn't like extra money. And so to Director Lurie's point earlier with MIEA, there, you know, despite our efforts, and we are going above and beyond because we believe it's good for our students, it's not with a lot of money because we didn't get a lot through ESSER.
Remember, we got last year we got federal ESSER dollars, and there were some state stabilization dollars, but again, those were based on a formula that was the federal formula as well. So an expectation of receiving those dollars, but for our district, Director de Souza, not a large amount of dollars to facilitate.
I had the privilege of being in the high school PAC meeting this morning, actually, and they talked about some of the stress and anxiety in the kids, and it was fascinating. For some kids, having a test is great. It allows them for grade recovery, and for other kids, having a finals test or summative evaluation is very stressful, and might have been the first time they've done it. So we're different needs for different kids, and it shows how important personalized learning is, shows how important it is to be flexible, and shows how important one size doesn't fit all over here at all. And very appreciative that the high school was accommodating all the students around that in whatever way they needed. So it's pretty special when we can do that.
I don't really have a question. I think this work is great. I think being able to, kind of summarize it and synthesize it is a really good, it's great for us to see, it's great for the community to see, but it's also really great for the people that are involved in that process, because you're actually, it's very concrete. So about a lot of things that aren't really concrete. What I really actually am taking away from this, and I've got a high schooler, so I don't see what's happening at the other schools as directly, but the flexible nature of finals this year was really, really helpful. And it gives them a couple hours for those of them that didn't need it. They, got out early today and they get out early tomorrow, and that's always a bonus, right? But I would love to see how we can. I think one of the biggest lessons that we're learning from our COVID recovery, and I use that word lightly, is flexibility. And there's, what we know, and we know from our values, vision, and mission is personalized learning setting, and there has to be flexibility from the top down for everything. Whether it's attendance or whether it's homework or whether it's when the test is, because different kids freak out in different ways, and yet making sure that we meet our staff needs, they should get to plan for that, right? So I would love to see, the term flexibility, the term, but also I think the concept is happening, but I think that that's really helping us all. And, flexibility doesn't cost any money. Well, it might, there might be some things in it, but it doesn't have to. And it doesn't have to cost a lot. So, being able to add this extra couple of days of testing for the high schoolers, that doesn't cost any money. I know through some kids who were expecting a bus home at the end of the scheduled day, I know that threw a little wrenching, but it didn't cost any money. And I think that it's making a big impact in a positive way. So anyways, thank you for kind of organizing this and summarizing it. And then also, I think it's really helping us identify what lessons we can take forward for our students.
We will make sure that the slide deck without purple, Director Tucker, is posted in board docs as part of the meeting. So we have that record that we've done this work, and we'll get it updated on the website as well.
Thank you. One other comment. I think the other side that comes through a little bit, where we can be very flexible on one side. I think it probably has a cost. It's hard to go to a restaurant and say I can order Chinese food or Indian food and expect something out of that. So, and then the other side that people have commented on is not knowing what their options are. So if you're super flexible that anything can be an option, and then you don't know what available options you can take advantage of because it's so flexible, and at the last minute we decide what to offer and what not to offer. I think there's some tension certainly there that popped up. Don't have a good answer actually. Just indicating some of the discussion that was happening at the high school PAC related to this is things were flexible, but sometimes parents didn't know what they could take advantage of, and it's hard to penalize staff for making it flexible for students in real time as well. So a challenge. Anyway, thank you very much. Sorry, Maggie Ty.
Sorry, I did think of something else to comment on, which is I'm wondering if this information is being made available to families that have left the district and are maybe considering coming back. I know Dr. Rundle did a workshop or whatever, like an event with them, but I know that there are families out there that are concerned about kind of learning recovery. And I wonder if there is some way that we can communicate what's being done at their child's level.
So you'll probably notice Ian, he's in participating, listening, and so we're always looking at ways to reach out. Website, of course, is the best place for folks to go. So when you get those questions, direct them to the website. But again, we'll find a place to make sure that this is located so folks can see the work that's being done currently and that will be ongoing. Good point.
Andrew, any comments?
I would just say I thought this slide's pretty accurately summed up how high schoolers were feeling around finals. Again, I thought the staff and administrators did really an amazing job at easing into finals. I mean, no matter what, there was a lot of stress around it. However you're going to do it, there's going to be stress around it, but really making sure that students who were online because they tested positive for COVID had time if they needed to have extra testing times, and teachers really went above and beyond with communicating with students and communicating really well, and just big props to teachers. I thought finals went really smoothly, and personally I get pretty anxious around tests, and once you're doing them you realize they're really not that bad, some of them anyway. But just teachers did a really great job. I saw, and a lot of students I thought said the same thing to me, that teachers did an amazing job in the administration with delaying grading periods and having, after school or from 1 to 3 today and tomorrow for makeup time is really nice for students. So at least at the high school level, thank you to the administrators and teachers for making it a successful finals. So
thank you very much for that perspective, Andrew. That's very helpful. Donna, anything else on board superintendent report?
That is all we have for this meeting.
Oh my goodness. Okay, 7-11. Let's keep chugging through. 3A, Board Policy 1800 OE10, Instructional Program on Economics.
So I believe that Dr. Rundle has some staff members here to present to the board. This is the first reading of a new economics textbook. And I'm talking slow, so we
Nope, all good.
staff
And
invited.
Dreves,
Dr.
can
Rundle.
you please promote John Stafford as well as Jen McClellan?
Don't believe I see John on here.
Okay. Do we have
Jen should be coming on.
There she is.
Hi, everybody. Is John Stafford not on?
I don't see him in there if he comes on. Do you want to message?
I'll message him. It's terrifying if I'm on deck for this. Oh my
I'll go
gosh.
ahead and queue it up as you are messaging him, and then we'll get that squared away. So we had an opportunity to have John Stafford come back to the Instructional Materials Committee last week when we met. And when I say come back, it's because he had come earlier, actually late last year, and was in the midst of textbook selection for our economics class, both the micro and the macroeconomics classes. And so he had asked for a pilot to start this school year, really because there was a lot of indecision. Was talking to the different publishers and trying to really get a sense of what text would really best meet the needs of students. And so after going through his pilot this fall and in this first semester, he's landed on a text. And when I say it's he, what I think the committee was also impressed about with the process is the way that Mr. Stafford really involved students, and they played a major role because it was a tough decision. And it really came down in the end that they actually selected the more difficult text in terms of the readability and maybe some of the presentation. But in doing so, they're also going to be on the supplemental side, actually adopting a kind of a companion text that's going to come alongside it. And the feedback from the students was the companion text, which is truly the AP text published by this particular author, it's just really not as engaging, but the concepts can be produced or described in maybe a little simpler term. And so, Jen, I know you've been alongside the team along the way as the CCR coordinator. Other elements that you want to add?
I think you phrased it beautifully. It's two textbooks. One is a core textbook, and Mr. Stafford has spent a year. He did a pilot with two this textbook plus another one that we ended up not going with, and this is the one that he landed on. And this is the Krugman Wells book, and written by Paul Krugman. He's a Pulitzer Prize winning economist. I think we know him as he's a panelist on a lot of, anyway, and it is college level. And so, and Robin Wells is his wife. And so titled Economics. Coincidentally, the other textbook is also titled Economics, and that's written by Anderson Ray, and that's the AP text. And so is what Dr. Rundle referenced. Mr. Stafford spent all year with this text. He actually had his entire class, both of his classes, weigh in on this text, on the Krugman Wells textbook, and this was the one they chose. The concern, of course, is that we make sure that we have enough support for any students that might be struggling students. And the supplementary text would provide that. The supplementary text now, the Anderson Ray text and AP test also provides all of the support materials for practicing for the AP test. And so that is why it's a supplementary text, but it wouldn't be the primary text. So really excited about these. It's time. The AP, the College Board runs a really tight ship on their textbooks, and the refresh cycle on those textbooks are pretty tight. And so that's what prompted this whole renewal process. But I feel very confident that Mr. Stafford has done beyond due diligence to provide what's best and appropriate for Mercer Island students. And I'm open to any questions you might have. Don't ask about economics, please.
And as we go, and if John isn't able to join us
He's not.
tonight, this
Yeah.
is just, he's not able to.
No.
This is just a first reading. And so if there are questions, tonight is not the official approval of this text. It wouldn't be till the next board meeting. It could be something where if you didn't want it on the consent agenda because we have questions, we can bring John back at the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the board?
And just to let the board know, the text has been available for you to take a look at in the admin building. I offered it to Director Lurie, but she said no thanks.
I had enough economics in college, so.
Director Glowitz.
Yeah, I would like a copy, so I'll swing by and take a look.
Great.
I like Krugman, so I'm just curious what it says. ManQ was mine and was my introductory college level econ course book. So I'm curious the differences, but I'm an avid reader of his in the Times.
Ms. McClellan, did we send that text? I think he was also needing that text. I know he had to borrow it or there needed an extra. Is it still down with us or did you have to?
Yeah, it's still at the admin office. Vanessa will have it.
Perfect.
So we'll put this on the consent agenda for next time, and it can be pulled out by any board member if there's a question.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, should we continue forward?
So next up is, and you can see we have some staff who have popped into the meeting here to talk to you about a supplemental text, a proposed adoption of they called us enemy. And this is also a first reading. And so I will let Fred and the team take it away.
Great. Also at our last instructional materials committee meeting, our 7th grade LA team from IMS came and presented, they called us enemy. And I won't go into great description of the whole piece because I think the teachers will do a much better job than I might, but I did have a chance to read it over the winter break. And what I couldn't help but think about is a text that you also saw from the high school earlier on this year. And so this is the story of Japanese Americans in the internment versus the one, the best we could do, which was the story, of course, of immigration and immigrants coming out of Vietnam. So the parallels in this, I think, are important because hopefully the community and the board is continuing to see that these changes and the updating and what we're trying to really broaden in perspective is not just happening in pockets, but rather it's happening across all of our schools as we seek to broaden the perspectives, both of the characters and stories, but also the authors who are writing them. So I will turn it over to Beth Williams. And it looks like we have our team here. So Beth, let me turn it over to you to kickstart it. I think you led the IMC kickoff, so I'll kick it over to you. And as you're coming on, would love introductions from you as teachers, so the board gets to know you a little better.
Thank you so much, Fred. Thanks for having us, everybody. My name is Beth Williams, and we have Tessa Snow and Caitlin Motter and Alexis Guerrero. So our whole team wanted to come and see you because we're so excited about this book that Caitlin brought to us. They Called Us Enemy by George Takei. And this would be a substitution for Hotel on the Corner of Bitter and Sweet by Jamie Ford. It would be for the whole 7th grade. It's a graphic novel. It's beautiful. The art is gorgeous. It's really a point of entry and buy-in for the kids at a variety of reading and academic levels. And the images not only enhance the comprehension, but are a point of buy-in for the kids, and it supports our figurative language unit. So those are some of the reasons that we want to go with this new graphic novel.
And how it will fit into our scope and sequence is that the Common Core ELA recommends that we have some texts that meet the college and career readiness anchor standard, which is R10, which says read and comprehend complex literary and informational texts independently and proficiently. So 3 factors we consider are range, quality, and complexity of text as our, we take those into consideration for the text complexity. So we read a few other books throughout the year. We read The Outsiders, which is at a 750 Lexile level, Ghost Boys, which is at a 360, and then They Call Us Enemy goes back up to 680. So they're not sequenced in order of Lexile score, but they're placed strategically in our curriculum based on social, emotional, and developmental needs of our students in the alignment with the scope and sequence of our social studies. So those 2 line up pretty well to offer at least one interdisciplinary learning experience for our 7th grade students. The learning progression of our year overall includes 3 novels, a student choice novel, 8 short stories, 8 excerpts, and numerous poems and essays to weave together a range of literary analysis. And these texts allow students to experience a broad range of reading experience to deepen both their literary and cultural knowledge. So we feel that this fits well into our current scope and sequence.
And more benefits of our cross-curricular instruction with social studies. It increases motivation in students, improves the learning process for students. It's genuine teamwork, and it's a pathway for further discoveries for the kids. When we as teachers take additional steps of branching out into other disciplines and relating theory to the real world, we're able to entice students to embrace the subject matter. And then once students learn how to apply their knowledge, they begin to see the value in learning, which guides us to our goal of having the students be active stakeholders and lifelong learners.
Hi, y'all. I'm going to talk about what our team will do to support the learners and make it accessible. As Beth and Alexis mentioned, in social studies, they'll be learning about Japanese internment, so they'll be able to build background knowledge in social studies, which will also further prompt in language arts. Students will be also provided lessons on how to read a graphic novel because it's a different reading style than a traditional book. So they'll not only be provided lessons on the format of graphic novels, but also the different elements of graphic novels to further support their comprehension of the text. In addition to They Called Us Enemy, students in the high cap class will also read Farewell to Manzanar, and that text will be offered to all students, but it will be a required text in addition to They Called Us Enemy in the high cap classes. Furthermore, we will also consider showing short films like Rabbit in the Moon and other nonfiction texts to further enhance the understanding of Japanese internment for the students.
And are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I was just wondering if the textbook committee ever considers audiobooks as an offering when it comes to updating course books, or to make that to select a text where an audiobook is an option, or to use smaller pieces, particularly when it comes to personal narratives, where I think the human voice oftentimes is very powerful for giving an empathetic understanding of history.
Yes, we typically offer audio along with our text when we do things like novels or graphic novels. If you're talking about textbooks, as far as, like our social studies textbook, we do not have a full audio of that, but we will record parts of it oftentimes for students, but it's usually just us doing that. But yeah, anytime we have a whole class novel or an in-class novel that we're all working with, we provide usually several avenues, usually a paper and or digital, and then audio to support. Tam?
Dan, I really like the idea of having audio in a conjunction to really feel the depth. Sometimes when you hear other people read it, especially someone from the Japanese American community reading this book would be really powerful. I don't have any question, but I just want to say thank you to the teachers for bringing this book up. I had a great time reading it. This is my favorite part of being on the board, is being able to read these books. And I learned a lot from the book. And I love the interdisciplinary approach, where I learned a lot of history, right? And it's a really nice balance of history, but then it also gives you a day, just a life in camp. And so it's really bringing it back to humanity. And so that's a nice balance of like, hey, this is what's happening at camp, but this is also really macro kind of social political things that are happening. And it's really relevant to today to kind of see how that history impacts, Seattle and Bellevue and Mercer Island, and how, when people had to leave their homes. So sometimes I think we forget some of those points in history, and this book really brings it out really well, and it's a little bit kind of not passionate. There's a lot of emotion in it, but it is brought out in a very balanced way that I think that people can really be able to sit with it and process. So it's a really good book, and I appreciate you all doing the work to bring this up and think about how we can further add to our students' knowledge, really more in-depth knowledge about the Japanese American experience in America. So thank you.
I also wanted to say thank you for you guys pursuing this. I've read The Hotel at the Corner of Bittersweet and Sweet, and I think this is a great substitution for that. When I was in high school, which is a long time ago, in the 80s, we'll just say, this was a topic of particular interest to me because I had grown up with family friends who were interned as children and had lost family members to tuberculosis in the camps. And so I remember distinctly that there were 2 paragraphs on Japanese American internment in my US history book in 10th grade, and that was it. So I always made a point of like looking stuff up in the library, going out looking for information, but there were very few of the kind of personal narratives, and certainly no like graphic novels, these kinds of things that would like really bring that period of history to life for kids. So I think that the impact of those events was more felt on the West Coast than on the East Coast. I was shocked when I moved to Seattle and learned that at Pike Place Market, like 100 of 104 stalls at Pike Place Market had been held by Japanese Americans before the war, and then after the war it was like 4. So I was like, oh yeah, didn't realize like the scale of it, but anyway, just I'm very grateful that this is this is something that is taught, and it's still super relevant, in terms of like the Constitution and civil rights, and how do you treat people if your country is in a situation of hostility with their government or with their, whatever group of people. So I also I haven't gotten to read it yet. So if there's an extra copy, I would still love to come and borrow one. I actually had just bought and read a different graphic novel about this period by a guy from Tacoma that's called We Hereby Refuse. That's also about the same time period, also about the internment. So thanks.
So Maggie, I finished it, so I can give it.
Thank you. That'd be great.
And like the textbook for the econ class, we do have copies in the district office as well.
I'll come grab that econ text. Just kidding. I just wanted to say thank you. My daughter was fortunate to have an amazing English teacher in 6th and 7th grade who, kind of opened her eyes to the different types of reading or literature out there. And she happens to be on the screen. So, I have a very non-reader, not interested in reading whatsoever. And what I love where you guys are taking this is it's opening up their eyes and it's giving them perspective and empathy. And it's really a story. It's stories that they can relate to in ways that they don't have to dive in and be overwhelmed by these, 300-page novels. So, and I think often can tell a story in a better way than a 300-page novel can do. I mean, our kids that are readers and voracious readers, they're going to seek out everything they can to read, right? But we have so many that don't. And so if they don't find ways of getting content, they're missing out so much. So I think, and I love the tie to other discipline areas. So, you know, English might not be their thing, but if history is, you know, it opens up their eyes. They still get that reading experience and being able to pull out content and all of that analysis. So I just started it. I haven't gotten through it, but I want to, and I will because I have it. So, but thank you. And thank you for finding ways to bring in more kids to hopefully finding that love of literature and understanding that there's different ways of doing that. So thank you for that because it's really helpful.
Also, thank you for making the audiobook version available. That is actually like very much the kind of UDL approach that we were just talking about in our previous meeting, you know, like letting kids choose what modality is easiest for themselves to learn in. So thanks.
Thank
So
you very
this
much.
too will be on the consent agenda.
Yes, please.
And so kicking it back over to you, Vice President Souza.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for this presentation. Let's move on to board 3C, Board Policy 1800 OE6, Budgeting and Financial Planning.
So this is the quarterly budget update that we instituted a few years back. So Ty is going to go through the slide deck as posted. Ty, are you going to screen share? Are you able to? Yeah, there you go.
All right, everybody see it? All right, so tonight for the quarterly update, we're going to talk about enrollments. We're going to touch on enrollments year to date. We'll talk general trends. We'll talk about adjustments to apportionment, what we're looking at, and then gloss over, not necessarily gloss over, but we'll hit some legislative updates that we talked about earlier, and then we'll talk about the funds specifically. So in terms of enrollments, we have gained a few more students since the start of the year. We're about 20 students above where we started in September. As you can tell from the graph, we are still significantly below where we've been over the last few years. But it's good to see more students returning in any way, shape, or form. We gained 14 students, 14 students since the start of the year, and it's across the K-12 system. There's not any one specific grade or building that's gained significantly more than the others. The annual average enrollment through December is 3936.59. So it is growing. As we mentioned, the budget enrollment was 4,116.8. So it is 180. We were 180 below where we had budgeted for. So it's not necessarily an enrollment loss. We did lose a few students from the end of 20-21 to the start of 21-22, but we had projected a slight increase through the year. Enrollment, and one of the reasons why I brought up the actual annual average enrollments is that moving forward, starting from January, OSPI adjusts our apportionment. So from September to December, all of our funding is based off of what we adopted in the budget. Starting in January, they start making changes based on our annual actual enrollment. And as those changes are made, they're amortized over the rest of the school year. So it's not one big hit or one big dump of funding. If we had gained kids, we'd get money spread out throughout the year. If we lose kids, like we have, it'll be spread out throughout the rest of the year. And based on the district's enrollment coming under, we anticipated a significant adjustment. Looking at the early estimates that we've made based off of September enrollment and the annual actual enrollment for January, we're estimating roughly about 1.2 million. in terms of a funding reduction. And that, as I mentioned, there are guidelines and provisions about how OSPI distributes the money. There's a certain amount of percentage that they give us each month across the 12 months. And that 1.16, the estimated 1.16 will come out throughout the rest of the school year, all the way on to August. In terms of legislative updates, we talked about
Real quick question, Ty.
Mhm.
Why is special education $500,000 more than budgeted in terms of the revenue? Like, I understand the decreases. I just wasn't sure what explained the increase for that.
So there's a number of multipliers that go into the special education budget. Some of it is the percentage of students that we have within the district. Some of it is related to the percentage of time that students spend within a basic education environment. So the more time a student spends in a general education classroom, the higher the funding metric for them. So we have the percentage increase this year. And so we are doing slightly better for special education than we had anticipated, or that we're estimating we'll be doing slightly better for special education. So, and it's just one of those shifts.
And just to clarify a little bit, Director Glowitz, the funding formula for special education students that Ty referenced is relatively new. It's another piece of formula that was put into place just prior to the pandemic. I want to say it was about 2019, Ty.
Yeah.
And that is because of the work that OSPI and so basically the state is saying that students with IEPs should be spending the majority of their time in that general education setting. And thus the work began for all districts across the state in inclusionary practices. Certainly, yes, related to the funding and the way the funding formula was adjusted, but also related to the fact that all of the evidence is pointing to this is best practices in pedagogy and frameworks for certainly all students.
Sure, and recognizing that that also might take more, increased paraprofessionals and an environment where you have special education integrated into a general education class.
Yes and no, because sometimes within the inclusionary practices framework and the parapros and the special education services become more of a push in for students versus a pull out. So what it really becomes is the master scheduling and the overall scheduling for all students, but particularly for our students with IEPs to make sure that their needs are being met first as a general education student and then the layers on from that. So whether or not it requires more staff is certainly something that can be debated. It's really the change in practices and frameworks and scheduling for students.
All right. As we mentioned earlier in the meeting, there are some legislative pieces, and we wanted to touch base just on that briefly because we want to make sure that we're communicating to the board what the outlook is and the current status, especially because it's a short session. The sooner the information is distributed, the greater the efforts that we can to reach out to our legislators and hopefully provide feedback and support. Senate Bill 5563 would provide enrollment stabilization for 21-22. And that would be, there's two components to it. The first one is the enrollment stabilization, which is one-time funding. Again, so we would receive a one-time injection of funds that will is intended to stabilize and provide some support for districts, especially districts that have been severely impacted. And one of the things that we like about the bill, especially, is that it would reach back all the way to October 2019-20, so pre-pandemic. And that would provide us some pretty substantial stabilization. The other part of the bill that we appreciate is that it not only extends the levy stabilization for again, but it extends it for 2 more years. So we would be looking at calendar year 23 and calendar year 24 for levy stabilization, which would provide us some additional boosts to help carry over. And depending on how funding and enrollment goes over the next couple of years, these adjustments for levy stabilization could be used to provide some short-term supports for some of the other programs that we feel that we need to help our students continue to recover from the pandemic.
And just to give you a kind of hot off the presses update, Senate Bill 5563 was voted out of the committee and was sent to the Senate Ways and Means. House Bill 5090 has not yet been scheduled for a hearing as of this afternoon when I was in a meeting that was discussing this. So the Senate bill is actually, from our lens and perspective, the stronger bill that would provide us the best support for our students. So Senate Bill 5563, it has been sent to the Senate Ways and Means.
How soon would those, if it passed, how quickly would we see additional dollars from the enrollment stabilization?
That's a really good question, Director Glowitz. State Superintendent Reichel has been very supportive of this, and I think I had forwarded some emails that had come, for example, from TJ Kelly, the CFO, and how unwilling he is to have to adjust apportionments down for many districts, including Mercer Island. So we're hoping that it will move quickly. It does become a budgetary piece, but from Superintendent Reichel's perspective, it could hold off on those apportionments being adjusted very, very quickly so that we wouldn't have to, they don't want to have to do the work twice either, right? So some things are moving really quickly. An example being you might have heard about the long-term care insurance and the change that was made for that. That went really quickly. That's already gone to the governor and been pushed through. Had a little bit of an impact on us because that was something we had to deal with our employees. So some things are moving really quickly with a sense of urgency, and your advocacy on behalf of Mercer Island students to our legislators to say no budget without this stabilization is really crucial for us.
One thing and I think to address part of your question, Director Glowitz, I'm sorry, is you asked about the timing, how soon. We last year, the session ended in May. We started seeing apportionment as soon as June and July. So within 2 months of the close of the session, everything was starting to roll in and hit the districts. So if these pass and they don't extend the session, and hopefully they don't, we could potentially see funding as soon as April or May. My guess is probably May, just trying to give OSPI time to adjust all the calculations and put new calculations into the system.
And that's for an adjustment to increase, but also remember that because it's January, and what Ty has shown you here is if there is no stabilization, we would have that spread out over the rest of this year, but it would be a decrease in our apportionments. So the hope is to not have any decrease. The increase, of course, is also something to look forward to as we head off into 22-23.
The other.
So actually for 22-23, what happens there for stabilization? I appreciate the levy is stabilized, but what about the state apportionment?
At this point, there's no discussion for 22-23. That's where the 1 year, one-time funding comes back into place. It wasn't until OSPI in the fall started seeing districts coming in significantly below enrollment again for a second year in a row, that they really started having conversations about stabilization, another round of stabilization. The intention very clearly, from what I read from last legislative session, was that it was going to be a one-time, one and done kind of issue. But since we're still where we are, they're hoping to, they've already budgeted for the funds. They're already there. They're already in the state budget. It's just a matter of adjusting those formulas to get it to us. So most likely we will see some type of stabilization for the current year, but I don't foresee anything coming in for 22-23 beyond the levy.
So we will have a cliff at that point then, that we'll have to deal with.
Yeah, very much so.
There was some discussion that Reichdahl had proposed. I'm not sure if it's had any legislative traction about a sort of a declining percentage. So there's an off ramp that we might not get full stabilization or percentage. It sounds like perhaps, unfortunately, that's, you know, hasn't got much traction, but that was at least a possibility that Reichdahl put out there at the beginning of this legislative session.
I can tell you that House Bill 1519, although not scheduled for a hearing, and Senate Bill 5563, according again to the latest information that Ty and I received, does authorize the use of the 2019-2020 enrollment values for enrichment levy limits in 23 and 24 calendar years. Also authorizes the use of 1920 enrollment values to calculate LEA in 22 and 23 calendar years, and stabilization for revenues for the following programs: general apportionment, special ed, bilingual learning assistance, high cap, open doors, running start, ALE, all the other ones that were listed. So they do include those, but to Director D'Souza's point, I know that Senator Wellman in the committee meeting did mention that in the 21 legislative session, the compromise was reached to only provide levy stabilization for 1 year, but she was very clear that she believed the districts were told they would be given a second year of levy stabilization in the 2022 session. So, you know, that was part of the early learning in K-12 education. So it's a real close watch as to what occurs within the budget and within these two bills as they start to move through. So we need to make sure that we're watching them closely and lending our voice to the Superintendent Reichel had talked about, was there a way to phase this versus the cliff, so to speak, as Director D'Souza talked about. Not seeing a lot on that right now. So any advocacy for that, of course, is could be greatly appreciated.
I will say there is some significant resistance among some of the legislators on the different parts, both enrollment stabilization and the levy stabilization. So as Superintendent Clossie said, the more advocacy we can get out there and the more legislators we can talk to and chew their ear, it would be, I think, hopefully get the message out that this is critical for a lot of districts in the state. So,
so maybe Dan and I will take a shot at writing up a note for this on behalf of the Board of Mercer Island, and then it can be on the consent agenda next time around.
And I think that Ty and I can share, as he was saying, there's been some resistance, and some of the comments have been, well, districts need to, spend down their huge double-digit fund balances. And I've been very clear in my conversations with any lobbyists or anyone that we've been advocating for, that is not the situation for Mercer Island School District. As a much smaller district than many of our neighbors, a double-digit fund balance is not been a reality for us. And A lot of that was partially due to the McCleary fix and the reduction of the state dollars and levy dollars that we have received. So I think that's a big reference that we need to make, is that's a misunderstanding that every district has a huge fund balance. Are there some that do? Yes. But you all know that that is not the situation for Mercer Island School District.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Sorry. We also had talked earlier about the transportation bills. I find that's one of the more interesting ones. And there are a few other education related bills in the process that we'll provide additional updates for as they move closer through the process. In terms of enrollment stabilization, we'd be looking at about 3.8 million in funding. Extended levy stabilization would net probably close, and I'm estimating about 850,000 project off of our projected enrollment for those years. So it would be a significant lift for us to maintain where we are, and it would shorten that cliff a bit.
And would that be 850 per year?
That's what I'm estimating. Yeah.
Okay.
So enrollment stabilization is a complicated process because it's part of the larger budget. It's going to have to be at some point stripped out of the existing bill that it's in and rolled into the budget supplemental. However, the levy bill is a separate piece of legislation that needs to happen separately. So at some point that's going to get stripped off. And as we start talking about that in the future, we will continue to provide updates on that. For the general fund, revenues came in at year to date for December 31, 21,510,000, so 31.81%. We expended 22.4 million, which is about 30.8%. So accounting for the 4 months in the period that we're looking at, we are pretty on track for spending. For the same 4-month period, we spent 913,000 in excess of our revenues, spending our fund balance down, ending with a fund balance of 3.3 million. For the month, we had expenditures over revenues of 316,000. So as we're looking forward to the cash flows for the next several months until we get our next levy infusion, we will very confident that we will continue to be able to make I just lost the word I was saying, our obligations until we get our next levy injection in April. As we're looking at capital projects, we have revenues at 40.72% and expenditures at 24.85%. And as we're looking at the capital projects, one of the things that we need to remember is that we're collecting consistently between the 2 periods that we receive our levy collections, but most of the work that we do is in the spring and summer. And so we will collect the funds up front for a lot of the projects and spend most of it during the spring and summer. Technology is right on track, and Director Ronster has some great programs going right now in terms of technology updates district-wide. So we have some exciting things moving on in capital projects. General fund and capital projects are, we're on the expected trend. And when I say nothing glaring, we haven't had any significantly huge bills, any huge, one-time dumps of money. About 4 years ago and 3 years ago, in the spring, we had some one-time transportation injections of funding from the state, and those kind of are examples of flags that would be thrown up when we see something new. But at this point, we don't see anything outside of the ordinary. As we're moving on towards debt service, on trend for our payments and obligations, we met all the obligation payments for principal and interest in December. Transportation vehicle, we're on trend. We're currently encumbering funds to pay for some small buses. And we have sufficient capacity to issue purchase orders for 4 large buses. We are continuing to work on the transportation development plan. Myself and Director Rock and Director Kuhn, in terms of what would it look like in order for the district to adjust infrastructure, adjust our training and process and transportation needs. Currently, after looking at the existing infrastructure that's in the bus lot, we could support 4 buses right off the bat without having to change any of the infrastructure besides the installation of charging stations. So what our current thinking is that as we finish up the transportation development plan, we can start taking a look at purchasing 2 pilot electric buses in order for us to gain experience and look at as we start moving towards full adoption of the plan and taking that out to the community. So we're still moving through. There's still a lot of pieces that we're trying to uncover. Director Rock is in the process of applying for a Department of Ecology grant for the purchase of electric vehicles, but he was told point blank that the grant is intended for low poverty rural districts and municipalities. So we're still going to see if we can get in, but the likelihood is very slim.
Is there any way that we can use the fact that like parts of West Mercer Way is one of the 10 most strawed segments for cycling in the country, and that there's actually very high use of recreational activities on the same routes that our buses use, and so that the impact for health could be significant in our community?
I mean, that might be something that we could eventually roll into the application, but it's really, the money is coming from a distribution from a lawsuit settled with Volkswagen. They're having to provide hundreds of millions of dollars across the states on an annual basis to purchase electric vehicles. And the Department of Ecology, who is the recipient and distributor of those funds, is really attempting to target districts where it's further spread out and lower poverty that may not have the ability to initially purchase on their own or raise the funds to purchase these more expensive vehicles, with the intent of hopefully helping them A, become more carbon neutral, but also B, as we've been exploring this, we've been learning that electric vehicles have about a 60% cost reduction in terms of operating costs, because you're not buying fuel, the parts last a bit longer, service is a different model. And so by getting those buses out to the lower income districts, it can reduce their need as well. So all worthy efforts for all intents and purposes, but that's where we're looking. ASB, we are on track and on trend for ASB revenues at 25.53% and expenditures at 33.3%. Everything is going well with ASB and looking healthy. Overall, we are where we're thinking we would be minus the enrollment. Enrollment, as in terms of takeaways, enrollment is up from September, but not what we had anticipated. Excluding potential enrollment stabilization, basic ed will likely be reduced by about 1.2 million as average enrollment is projected below. Revenues and expenditures are within the expected amounts. Like I said, nothing's popping up as saying, we haven't had any surprise adjustments from the insurance pool or large claims or anything like that. Cash flow, when we're starting to think about cash flow, I do get just a little bit of heartburn when it comes to those levy months as we get a little bit closer. But as we've been looking at the projections since we posted this, I am very confident that we're going to be just fine getting to April. I do have.
How low is our cash on hand projected to be? Like how close are we going to get to scraping bottom?
When we get to April, we should have. I don't have that one open, but I believe it's about 2 million.
But is that before April or when we get to?
That's the end of March. So everything hits at the end of every month. So when we get to the end of, and everything posts at the end of every month. So when we get all of our apportionment and all of our payrolls post, it all happens at the end of every month for the bank. So when we get to the end of March, we will have just a little over 2 million in the bank based on our most current projections. When we get out to June and July, that's when we start getting a little bit lower, below $1 million in June, and right around $1 million for July. So it does get a little.
But I mean, if it's $1 million in July, the next one won't hit until October, right? So what is?
So right now, at this point, we're still just looking at the projections for. We do receive a significant cash flow at the end of every year in terms of safety net and final grant claims from the state and the federal government. So there is that uptick at the end of every year. So as we're looking towards the end of the fiscal year, it does get a little thinner as we had projected at the beginning of the year. But we are still not on track. Let me say this again. We are on track to be about roughly 2 million at the end of the fiscal year. So right about where we had talked about when we adopted the budget. So we're still looking like we'll be right where we had mentioned. And then enrollment stabilization based on the October enrollment would be a huge benefit for us. It would really, I can't stop talking about how great that would be. Not only in terms of being able to maintain ourselves fiscally, but it would also potentially provide us with an option of not having as steep of a cliff next year. We got very lucky this year in terms of being able to continue with the staffing model that we have and providing the services that we have status quo been providing for our students, and as well as a little bit more from some grants that we've picked up throughout the year. But if it hadn't been for the last round of enrollment stabilization, levy stabilization, and equalization for ESSER, it would have been a different story. So the more stabilization we can get, the easier it will be to make some transitions next year.
We do need to emphasize when we talk about the stabilization dollars that they are not ongoing. And that's always something that we need to remind everyone. It's, as Ty used the word, it's an infusion, but it's not something that we can anticipate we're always going to be receiving. And along those lines, since we're talking about legislative action, there are some other bills that are pertaining to sort of weird the way they've done it. It's prototypical school model, but it's a little more specific around social emotional learning supports for health and safety, both physical, mental, and social emotional. There are some bills that are making their way through the legislature in that realm as well. Now, those are different. Those would be an ongoing support if they change that prototypical model, and thereby we were receiving more, particularly in our basic ed allocations. So we're watching those ones closely too, because those also provide that sustainable funding versus one-time or even 2-year infusion of dollars.
just that would affect the 22-23 school year, starting in 22-23, not the current year. Any other questions, comments?
I was prepping you for tomorrow at your study session when we talk about budget for 22-23 school year.
Great. I think this is great. Thank you very much. I see no other questions from the board. No action was required on this, so thank you, Ty. Let's move. Do we want to move to the next one, or do we want to take a 5-minute break? Let's move on to 3D Board Policy 1800 OE9, enrollment non-resident students.
So pursuant to Board Policy 3141, enrollment of non-resident students, and as mentioned at a couple of previous board meetings, as the policy states, the superintendent or designee will determine no later than April 15th annually if the Mercer Island School District is open to new non-resident student enrollment. And then you can see, if you look at that policy, there are a lot of other factors that are considered. And at this time, even though it is earlier than usual, I do not see making a different recommendation and decision of new non-resident student enrollment as has been made in the previous years, in that the district would be closed. Do realize, though, that there is still an application process and provisions within that process for those who do choose to apply for non-resident status in the district. So at this time, usually we don't make this decision until March, but at this time it doesn't look any different than previous year's decisions, whereby the district would be closed to new non-resident students. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. I guess let's press forward. Board Policy 1605, Annual Summative Evaluation. Maggie Ty.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to, sorry, hang on, I'm on the wrong document. 1 second. I'm not going to read the summative evaluation because it's in board docs. People can look at it if they want, but I just thought I might touch on a few of the key points, and then if other board members would like to add on to that. This is, for those who are not familiar, an annual process by which the board looks at the year, the previous year's worth of operational expectations, kind of check-ins that we do with the superintendent on each point, such as like student learning, strategic planning, et cetera, facilities, et cetera, things like that. And so we've already done the work of evaluating each of those topics. So as the year rolls around and we go through the calendar, we look at each of these different topics, and there's a checklist so that we know exactly what criteria we're looking at to say, yes, meets, it's not a grade. It's not like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like, meets expectations or not. So we then look at all of that, we pull it together, and then usually the president drafts the letter, and then the board all has a chance to review that and make comments and suggestions, and then collectively we all agree on it and vote on it. So this is our letter that we're presenting to Superintendent Kolaski, in which we are basically thanking her for all of the hard work and dedication that she has put into running our district for the last year. I mean, and years before that, but this letter is specifically about the last year, including really bringing about some things that were a long time in the making, such as, on the facilities front, helping make into reality the pathways transition adult transition program, the buildings, the modular buildings that were built, assembled, brought in for that program and for the after school program at Northwood, you know, helping just kind of advance us in the facilities realm on projects related to, you know, school maintenance, roofing, of course, lots and lots of COVID accommodations, you know, moving ahead with the field planning projects, et cetera. I mean, I could go on and on. I mean, we're talking about like a year's worth of accomplishments here, but the overall, just, you know, we're very grateful, Superintendent Klosky, for all of your hard work and for all of the things that you have put in motion kind of over the years that are sort of culminating this year in some of these things. Like you've been trying to encourage student voice the entire time you've been in the district, and just tonight seeing the student voices for change and kind of how all of that is flourishing and kind of flowering. I feel like that's a really, really lovely note to kind of finish up in the district on. Not that you're finished yet, but that you know, it's like again, it's like a culmination. Sorry, I'm kind of incoherent tonight, but thank you, and you know, that's what this letter is. So, would other board members like to weigh in?
I'll echo my thanks as well. Normally we would have done this at a dinner together and set out thanks as well, but I'm sorry we can't do that, and we will have to do that another time. But thank you very much for empowering our students and empowering our teachers and empowering the rest of classified staff as well. So it's most appreciated for all the energy and great things happening in the district at all levels. So thank you very much.
I just want to echo my gratitude as well. I think, you know, for the things that David and Maggie Ty just mentioned, I think that, you know, it's easy to lead when times are good, when money's aplenty, and you know, you can only make good choices, right? But when, you know, it's been a lot of tough choices, and what I really look to is the way that your team stands by you. Your admin team hasn't changed. And the fact that they see you as a leader, when I know they all have other opportunities, because there's other districts desperate for people, and they're here and committed to you and to the district, that says a lot to me. So I know I've mentioned before how grateful I am for you being a role model to our, especially young women, in our district. It's not often that they are able to see such a positive role model for themselves, and including where our students are going. You know, every year our student reps just get more and more involved, and thank you so much for bringing that to us. And they're really taking the reins. And I didn't say this when our students were speaking to us earlier, but you know, one thing that I often hear, you know, when we have incidents, which we're going to have because it's kids, and, you know, kids do some silly things sometimes. And I'm trying to make light of it, but, you know, and the reminder that it's different kids, they all need a chance to grow up. And the fact that they are owning their role in educating their next generations, the grades that are coming behind them. I mean, it's just coming full circle. And for them to take that on, you know, really comes from the place that, you know, we were a very, very adult-centered district, meeting the needs of adults, and we really turned that corner and really made it where students are the priority, and every decision needs to be made in that, with that in mind. And I believe that that's because of your leadership. So thank you for that. I'm looking forward to seeing how you can wind up the next 6 months of your journey.
Oh, I got to tell you, Andrew and Morgan and I have a surprise for you in February. We're excited. I'm excited.
Cool.
Thank you. With that, we will move forward onto the next item, 3F. Board Policy
I'm
1001.
Sorry, Director D'Souza, it is an action item.
Oh, sorry, is it? Yes. Oh, I see. Do I have a motion to approve the summative evaluation for the superintendent?
I move that we approve the summative evaluation as presented.
And a second?
I second.
Seconded by, moved by Maggie Tai, seconded by Tam. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And that passes 5-0. Okay, getting ahead of myself. Now let's move forward to 3F, Board Policy 1001, Governance Commitment, Superintendent Succession. And Maggie Tai, any update?
Yes, thank you. I'm trying not to repeat myself, except I kind of have to because I gave an update already earlier this evening in our meeting with MIEA. So since the last board meeting, we our superintendent search consultant finished her round of meetings with Mercer Islanders, although she is still ongoing for sure, hearing from people, and people are still welcome to email the board with thoughts and things they want to share. As well, she has now set up a couple of meetings with students at the high school since they weren't able to get on the calendar earlier. And the board, she coalesced everything that she'd heard into basically 7 points with a lot of like detail, and that document is available on Board Docs. People can read it there. There's also links to it from the district website, the superintendent search page. And then the board reviewed those 7 points and had further discussion and kind of ranked and then re-ranked those points. And so we feel they very accurately reflect the wishes of the community. And then she has turned those points, those priorities, into a job description, which the board has had an opportunity to review. That job description is going to be posted next week on February 1st, and it will be up until February 28th. So she will be evaluating resumes and candidates as they come in, and I'm going to coordinate with her on that. And then we will be kind of keeping the board updated on that and, reporting on what kind of candidates we're getting. I think that's it, except to just plug once again that there is a email update that people can sign up for if they want more frequent updates on the superintendent search. Just go to the district homepage and you'll see a link that says, find out about district news, something like that. Click on that and just choose the superintendent search. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that update, Maggie Tai. Let's move forward to 4A, Board Policy 1800 OE1, Fundamental 2, High Academic Standards.
So I do want to preface this with the best laid plans back when we did our planning for our annual meetings throughout the year back last June, and then confirmed it in July in 1008P, what our calendar was going to look like. The best information we had at that time, when it came particularly to the state testing, was that we knew we'd be testing in the fall, but frankly, we thought we would have our individual data by this time. And that's why our learning services team said we can do fundamental 2, which includes a lot of that information in January. Again, the best laid plans and to what has been released and what hasn't, as you can see in the description here. We haven't received all of the individual district information. So we can update this when we get some of that information and bring it back to the board. But we do want to present Fundamental 2 with the information that we do have access to that we're able to give you at this time. So Dr. Rundle.
Andrews, would you please promote Nova again? He may have stepped away. Does anyone have, I don't have hosts. You do? Thank you, Superintendent Klosky. building off of that of what Superintendent Kolosky mentioned, this is a report obviously we usually do in September, or actually kind of your first meeting in October. It contains all of the student achievement data scores, or many of them from the previous year. And so Nova and I will do the best we can to kind of walk you through all of the different kind of tweaks we made this year, if you will, as we're going through. So what I can do is I will share my screen. I'm going to start off with the Fundamental 2 profile. And then we'll move on to some of the other reports as we go forward there. So let me bring that up. And am I showing the Fundamental 2 profile?
No,
Nope.
it's your bargaining norms.
We had bargaining norms today because we were in our session, as you heard about with our MIEA team. Let me try this again. I'm working in Mary Jo's office tonight, so. How am I doing now?
Much better.
All right, thank you. Looking at this then, you'll notice that some of the information in our 2021 column here has some symbols and different indicators that we put on there to kind of help decipher the information. So the first one here, in terms of this blank spot with the Healthy Youth Survey, is that our students actually didn't take the Healthy Youth Survey until this past October, which means we won't have the results until around May. So in next year's report, we'll go ahead and add that. What we anticipate that the state is going to do is that they're not going to do a back-to-back year to kind of get us back on even number years or odd number years. I think what it's going to be is we'll have the test administration this fall, and then we'll wait 2 years and it will be again in the fall of 23. So our data will just catch up with the new cadence, but that's why you're seeing the no scores in those categories. As we turn it over then and we look at literacy, Nova, can I go ahead and turn it over to you to kind of talk about the different scores here, and then why we had to put some qualifiers in for this?
Yeah, sure. So we have the qualifier existing too from last year as well, just that in 2020, really, when we closed, we didn't collect universal screening data the way that we ordinarily would. And then moving into this year, as it pertains to any state summative assessments, all of that data right now is still preliminary. We're real close to the final data coming out. But as of right to this moment, as we speak, it is still preliminary. So you see the double asterisk there, which would indicate that that's preliminary. That'll drop off. We anticipate that if it changes any, it'll only change a little bit going forward.
I think one of the things that you'll see in our scores is where, and I think it's going to come out a little bit more as the state releases scores, but some of the drop-offs that we've just heard anecdotally around the state, we've continued to have some areas where our students have continued to do really well, or at least performed commensurate with where they've been or close to it in previous years on the SBA.
And I would add too, just in participation rates, I mean, I think something we should be really proud of as a system is not just how we achieve, but how we participate. When we had an opportunity earlier this year after the fall assessment window, we met as a district assessment coordinator meeting, and we had some preliminary data that we just collected to look at, and our participation rates were much higher than a lot of the districts. They were having a very hard time getting kids coming in to take those tests. So we did a nice job with that.
Nova, can you talk about our 11th graders and how kind of that 10th, 11th, 12th test works for the high school, especially as it relates to graduation requirements, and why we have an incomplete kind of in there right now, and what we'll be able to report later on?
Yeah, so some of what is hard is that in the fall, the kids were taking last year's assessments. And so that makes it a little challenging even to just try to translate that into what would be our ordinary documentation around Fundamental 2. The other thing that is hard that you kind of see spanning across those years is just the idea that they changed the grad rec year in terms of when students would take that assessment. So it used to be, if you recall, that all students universally took the Smarter Balance assessment in 11th grade, and then they shifted it to 10th grade, which would offer students a greater opportunity for graduation. And since then, of course, we've got lots of other pathways that they've added into that mix. So we have a little bit of a challenge in terms of completing some of that now, but as Learning Services team, we're talking about those data points and kind of what might be a better way to present that to you as a board.
In terms of our math scores, one of the questions you might have is, we wrote down kind of this COVID indicator there. One of the intentions that we had coming into this year is to really think about opening up advanced and accelerated options across all of our schools and for all of our fifth graders. What we came to realize as the students were coming back, kind of speaking to our academic recovery plan, is the disruption in learning certainly had its impact on our students. And so that readiness to benefit from sixth grade math or moving ahead just wasn't there to the same degree. So what we're going to do, and we're going to have a parent information night actually coming up in February before the midwinter break, is to really talk about on-ramps and off-ramps for our students and making sure that they still have opportunities. And so there'll be one opportunity to accelerate from fifth grade into the middle school, where a student could accelerate into a seventh grade math class. But we're also anticipating that it might be really beneficial that students continue in sixth grade and then actually have another opportunity as they're moving into seventh grade. And we'll be sharing more about this with you as a board and the community. But the goal is we want to make sure that students still have options and opportunities, and kind of going back to that do no harm that we first embraced when the pandemic first struck. We want to make sure that we're not limiting students' opportunities moving forward. So we're trying to think about multiple on-ramps for our students who do want to move into an accelerated pathway. So the COVID piece there isn't really a way to adequately quantify the number of students who are electing in or taking advantage of accelerated math. It's really about what kind of pathways are we going to be providing as we're moving students forward. Kind of moving into some of these next realms, getting down here into some more of the NAs. That really has to do with that we haven't completed our EES survey. And this is really going to become evident in Fundamental 3, which we'll talk about a little bit later on and kind of get some direction from you on that. So the last thing that you kind of see is we get down into our college and career readiness. And then we also, for the colleges that do report, not all of them do participate in the reporting, but the ones who do, we do get a glimpse of how our students are doing after they've graduated, and what does that 4-year, 5-year, and 6-year graduation rate look like for students who attended and graduated from Mercer Island High School. So with that, I have a couple other things that I kind of want to just throw out there, but first I want to open it up to questions.
Any questions from board members?
David, I do. Can you go, Fred, can you go back to the college graduation retention? So I just want to make sure I'm reading this clear. Like for those who responded from our school district, after 4 years, there's like about only 60% completion. And then after 5 years, there's about 70% completion. So that's
correct. So it's looking like about half of our students are completing college in 4 years of the ones that report. And then it goes up by about another, 20% or so. It looks, in most years there to 5 years, and then a small increase for those for 6 or more years to graduate from college.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is really long down the road, but actually those numbers, and sometimes things beyond our control, it is kind of concerning to see that only, like there's a 25% drop off, those who never completed as a whole. But I just want to say that I really appreciate when you're talking about the accelerated math and how the district is thinking about different pathways to allow students to accelerate, because it's recognizing that students kind of sometimes they have different interests at different times, and they make huge jumps during different developmental stages, and so allowing that across their time here with us, and not just like at key point, is really, I like the direction that we're going with that. And I hope that the community support that as well. But I appreciate that you're thinking in that direction.
And I think I'm still trying to put it all together, but I believe by May, I should have a report kind of on a lot of the math review that we've been doing this school year. Nova is working with a team in the elementary around possible new instructional materials for our elementary schools. Middle school has really been working on the implementation of their new adoption, but we're thinking about, as you just mentioned, what are different places where students might find a pathway into acceleration, but also maybe an off-ramp off or changing lanes to not be in that position. And then our high school team is really doing some critical work right now, thinking about what does that algebra, geometry, algebra 2 sequence look like? And have we set students up for success through that? And then on into that third and fourth year of math, depending on a student's progression, and what options are we providing? Because we, we have a current track and it might be working for some, but we're really looking at what other options are there, particularly in that fourth year of math. So lots of work going on. We'll be bringing information forward, but I'm really pleased with the entire system and how we're really thinking about these different options for students.
Yes, thank you.
It would be interesting in that review to also perhaps include information of what other neighboring districts are doing. I've heard good things about North Shore, Issaquah, Bellevue, to see how our on-ramps and off-ramps compare to both public schools as well as to certain private schools in the area. And when people are looking at options of what type of a mathematics curriculum we provide, a comparative view would be very helpful.
We've been working with Leslie Nielsen from the ESD, and she is, she has a pulse on, throughout the Pierce and King County regions. And we're also working with a scholar and practitioner. Actually, he lives in Washington, D.C., but he's written a number of books on different ways. His most recent book is Invigorating Mathematics. And actually, he met with a group of high school teachers during the Professional Development Day this past Monday, myself and some coaches, other administrators from the high school, really giving us a sense of a national perspective as well. So we're looking both nearby, but we're looking afar as well to try to think about how are we preparing our students and what opportunities are we presenting them with, not just in elementary, middle school, but all the way through high school.
And also, as I said, to the extent that it's possible, a comparison to private schools, since when we look at college and four-year options, many of the institutions that our graduates will be going to, they'll be competing for those spots with students from private schools. And so I think for parents, it's helpful to know what our offerings and sequencing looks like vis-a-vis private schools.
Maggie, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry, thanks. I would be interested in learning more about this whole college graduation rate thing at some point, and I'm not asking for that. This is just me as a board member kind of musing to myself, just if information about this ever comes along, like it would be interesting, I think, for us to hear more about it, because I find that those numbers surprising, although clearly we've been tracking this for a long time. And my kids are seniors at the high school, so I know nothing of the land beyond high school. It's all a big mystery to me. And I don't know if these figures include kids that take a gap year or two before they, you know, start up college. And like, I don't know if these numbers, if the National Student Clearinghouse is actually capturing all of our graduates, right? Like that seems kind of random. Like maybe somebody changes their name or like, you know, transfers or whatever, gets kind of lost in the system. But I would just be curious, because I just wonder if there, or maybe, you know, half of these kids are pulling a Bill Gates and going off and starting their own companies, right? But we don't know that from these numbers. So I realize that after they're out of the district, they're, you know, off our hands and we're not responsible for their education, but we are responsible for preparing them for college and for preparing them for the world after high school, no matter what their situation, whether they're, you know, going on to four-year college or not. And, you know, whether even, and we're also responsible for helping guide them during the time period when they're picking what they're going to do after school. So if people are picking the wrong college for themselves, then maybe that's something that the district could help with down the line. But again, I'm not asking someone to go and run off and find that for me. I'm just saying.
Just in a broad sense on that, I mean, you do have to be careful because the National Student Clearinghouse does not, you know, it is not all of the colleges and universities in the country. There is some, you know, you do lose out on some information. The University of Washington, Washington State, and some of the state colleges in Washington, up until about a decade ago, there was a really in-depth report that we used to receive about our students and how they were doing. And I don't know the exact history. I don't know if it was a funding piece or but they stopped publishing that report. But that one used to be really helpful because it gave us quite a bit of information of all of our students who were staying in state. So we're dependent upon this particular clearinghouse, which I think it's a cursory look, but it's definitely not a granular look at our students, which is why we started to go to that graduation survey a few years ago. We had partnered with a company to help us with that. And the return rates on our graduates after they left was just so poor and abysmal that we weren't getting any information out of that. Some of it may have been just hard to track down the students, other parts being they just, you know, other things in life, but also email addresses were changing, you know, they change quickly. And if students have moved, so that became, you know, that didn't prove to be as helpful as we thought it was going to be.
Thanks.
Yep. So moving then, if I can, swinging over here, as you can see, the comparison data from 21 for 2021, we don't have yet. We should be getting that information in the next few weeks from OSPI, where they will release the state as well as other local district information. And so at this time, we don't have anything that we can report exactly on this. Interestingly, since as Nova had mentioned, our students will be taking the Smarter Balance again this spring, we will have all of that information in your Fundamental 2 report when it's brought forward next fall. But that's why we see this gap in information this evening, as it's just not quite available. During the visit, right before the winter break up at the high school, we had a parent who brought up an excellent point, and I'm glad the parent did, and was wondering why it was that our students' success rate on the AP test had dropped so significantly as published in one of our high school publications. And as I quickly scrambled and was talking to Nova and Giovanna and others during that meeting, trying to figure out, you know, what was going on, and we realized that we were dividing by the wrong denominator. You can actually see that many of our students had done quite well on a number of the assessments. It's important to remember that like the year previous to this, a large number of these assessments were all done after school hours, or there was kind of windows of time. It was all online. The tests were shortened considerably. And so a number of our students who were even registered for some of the tests ended up not testing because some of the testing windows were actually after their graduation. And they decided that I've graduated from high school, I'm not going to take an AP test. And so they let those go. Our participation rate did decline in 1920. It started to really climb back in 2021, and we expect it to be as strong or stronger than ever coming up in the current year. But you can see that some of the courses where students have typically done well, they've even done better. In other areas, there was some decline there, but I think overall, given the fact that students were either online for the year or they were hybrid for part of it, that our students still did really well across the board when you look at our AP scores. So with that, I can take more questions on any of the data.
Deborah, go ahead.
I have a question that's not, it's not on the data, but I've been hearing from people like parents as I'm getting closer to this time as a parent, that their students took AP classes, took the AP test, and even with 4s and 5s aren't getting the college credit that we kind of publicize. Do we have any data that would support that? I mean, that's probably in the postgraduate stuff, because I would love to hear if we were able to ever get some sort of feedback from our graduates, if they like how they feel. What I care much more about than, I mean, their college graduation rate matters, but what I want to know is how are we preparing them, and are we leading them to make the right choices for college? And so getting their perspective. You look puzzled, Donna.
I'm a little puzzled. I can tell you that whether or not a specific college or university accepts the AP for credit varies wildly and widely across the nation. And sometimes it can even be specific to the major or the program that the student is enrolled in. And that has been consistent for many, many, many
like
years.
Consistently inconsistent.
Mm-hmm. And I can speak to it even as a parent where a student that was my son had, the university that was a state university that he chose to go to said, too bad, so sad that you got 5s on those AP exams. You still have to take the coursework and pay for the, very expensive book as well. So
just in terms of looking at to how we help guide our students, because the AP tests are such a source of angst that if they're not benefiting, first of all, it costs money, and then it costs anxiety. Forget about their time to study for it, and then they're not even receiving the benefit. I mean, the learning, yeah, for sure, take the class and challenge yourself. But if you're not, so anyway, yeah, it sounds like there's not an answer to that. So
it's also, there's some value in terms of your college application of being able to say, like, I've taken these exams and I got these scores. So
there's other benefits. I just, I mean, as our kids are begging us to help remove some of the stress from school, like and they're feeling like they have to take, 6 AP classes and then AP tests, and I know a lot of kids benefit from it in terms of they do get a college credit, but anyways, just if it could be, if it's just more predictable so they can make a good choice for them. That's all.
Andrew, do you have a sense of kind of students and decisions they're making with respect to that? You're right in the throes.
I mean, it's tough, right? Students definitely want to challenge themselves. And there's definitely always a competitive nature of trying to do super well in school. Then at the same time, a lot of students are stressed because they are taking a lot of AP tests. It's a very, very interesting point, and it is something I haven't really talk to enough people about, right? They want to take the APs and they want to do super well. And then there's, of course, that's adding a lot of stress onto them. I don't really have an answer.
Thanks for sharing that, Andrew. And as I'm hearing Deborah talk, it makes me think about how, higher ed is changing so fast, and pushed by COVID, and it's going to continue to change really rapidly. And within Mercer Island, there's a lot of we have a lot of ideas of what is needed to be successful in school. And so it's like, I feel like our systems are not catching up. And so Deborah, when you're saying all of that, it makes me think that like how can we get Parent Edge and other PTA groups, especially in the high school, to really maybe focus on and involving our counselors, right? Just to really get a new understanding of the current lay of the land, and just kind of starting all over with like more of an orientation. I think, I wish, I don't know if I missed an orientation, but I wish there was, I know that there was videos and things like that, but I wish somehow the post-COVID, the parents can be all in a gym and be forced to sit, through an orientation of now that your kid is in high school, what should be concerned of, and then know where to seek for things, and maybe have a career fair, and maybe have tables that, I don't know, those kind of things I think would be helpful. And maybe we can talk to our PTAs to kind of help us to provide some more information, because I do feel like, a lot of my friends are coming to me with really wild ideas of what is needed to be in college. And I'm like, right? And I hate to say anything because, my college experience is maybe 4 schools, right? I mean, there's so many, but there's a lot of things changing. And I appreciate how you said we don't create unnecessary stress and kind of get pulled into this race that in the end, just like Running Start, I love Running Start, but then what are kids giving up? Sometimes I don't think people recognize what kids are actually giving up in high school by not being in school. And then what actually are they giving up when they're in college and being 18-year-old and going straight into a program? Sometimes I don't feel like we have those kind of conversations to process through, and we just put our kids into something that our friends told us. And because we don't know, we just kind of follow. And so thank you for bringing that up, Deborah. And hopefully we can work with the parents and the school to get more information on the changing environments of higher ed.
I will put in a plug for our counselors at the high school, and they've used other partnerships. You'd brought up Parent Edge. They've used King County Public Libraries to help with some of it, but they do put on a college series every fall. And there's 3 or 4 different nights through the fall where in the target audience are kind of junior and senior parents. One is on financial aid and supporting students through that. Others are on some of these topics, but we'll continue to push those and really help families. And you're right, I think Director Din, the word on the street is sometimes more powerful than even the words of our counselors or even colleges we've brought in, where the colleges will say you don't really need that, but a neighbor will say, they say that, but, and then they give them some other information. And I get that. Everyone wants the best for their kids. Andrew said that there's the competition amongst the students. Families feel that as well. They want the best for their students. And but getting the information that people will believe and really think about for not just the short term, but the long term, because as you've all pointed out with that graduation information, no matter what, it's not about getting kids into school. It's about getting them into and through. And so when they've graduated, are they successful in that next, wherever they are, whether or not that is a 2-year school, that is a career they've gone into, can they be successfully launched and really persevere through?
What I heard Director Din say, and I think it's a great suggestion, we do a kindergarten orientation. Why don't we do a freshman high school orientation? I loved the visual of everybody in the gym going through that orientation.
And there is, PTA does one for incoming 9th grade parents, but it's been COVID, so who knows what the norm is, but yeah, I think every year, like here's pointers on, you've got an incoming ninth grader, like here are the things you should focus on. And then, you've got incoming 10th grader, start to look at pathways and, start to challenge yourself with an honors class or two. And, I've got old, David's been through it. I've got older niece and nephews who all took different paths, and, I have so many questions too. So yeah, like, I don't know, it could be a COVID thing, but it's also, there's a lot of, and things change. Pathways is new. So newer, right? So yeah, I just think that there's a lot of information out there that really could help with alleviating the stress of our kids. And there's plenty of benefits to AP classes. The challenge, the learning, the deeper learning, it boosts their grade point average. So, there's plenty of benefits. I just am looking for the unnecessary cost and anxiety. It's just overwhelming.
I did want to just say thanks to the PTA for recently organizing some outreach events for Chinese speaking families. I think I hope we'll do more of that, because there are a lot of parents on Mercer Island who grew up in other countries, whether European, Asian, wherever, and aren't familiar with the US system. So they have a lot of these same kind of questions, Tam, about and Deborah, about APs and what's important, and, are grades everything, or should they be trying to quadruple accelerate? It's really helpful, I think, to do things like that.
So one of the things I just wanted to return back to on the overall kind of the main document, what I would like to propose is that, I don't think it inhibits your language reviews in the future, but I think just like we did a few years ago, Learning Services brought you a couple of updates that we thought would be more kind of catch up with how the assessment cycles are going. We've got some cleanup to do around the 11th grade information and how that plays. And so I think what we'll work through, Superintendent Kolosky, who can work with the president and vice president to maybe find a time when we can bring that through. But Nova, I know in particular, has an interest in getting things really tightened up based on how the assessments have evolved and changed, and graduation requirements have changed over time. So we'll talk to Superintendent Kolosky about that as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
So this too is an action item, Director D'Souza. And then of course we can always bring the revised information to share with the board at a future superintendent report as well.
Okay, so with that, do I have a motion to find the superintendent in compliance of Fundamental 2?
I move that we do find the superintendent compliance board policy 1800 OE1 Fundamental 2.
Seconded.
And a second. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? And with that, the superintendent is found in compliance 5-0. Thank you. Let's move forward. It's 8:55. Anybody interested in a break for 5 minutes? Let's do a 5-minute break, come back at 9 o'clock. Just waiting for everybody to return.
I feel like I look a little bit like Bono with these migraine glasses. I was like, I look like somebody. Oh yeah. They really help. I really recommend them actually if you're bothered by the light from your computer screen at all. They're excellent.
There we go. Well, welcome back. Let's push through. We've got a few more items to go. Our language reviews, post-monitoring language reviews, number 5A, Board Policy 1800 OE7, Financial Administration. I've got a suggested change in red in this. It's from the discussion with Ty last time around, I believe. Finance is a very mathematical and precise discipline, and so our policy should be more precise around this. We used to say we maintain an average annual balance reserve. Let's just tighten that up a bunch and just say we maintain an annual balance reserves of 8 to 10% for the prior fiscal year. And that gives us the ability to close the books on a year, make sure all rebates, remunerations, refunds, safety net all come in, and know that we're going into the next year with the adequate reserves. And I don't think it's really been a problem at all yet. Right now, we're in a situation of being under this item, but not in compliance right now with it. But I think this just tightens it up for future boards. Dan, any?
Yeah, I like the language. I thought that perhaps to make it even more precise at the end of fiscal year, for the prior fiscal year ended as of August 31st, to make clear that it's the close, the close of the financial books.
Ty, is that right?
I was going to make the same comment.
Okay.
That does provide a bit more context.
Fair. I think that's great.
I think it's a lot, it makes it a lot clearer and less open to interpretation, either like for good or bad. It's like, this is how we're measuring it. So I like it.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve it with the amendment as stated? Sorry, Dan.
Oh, sorry. I'm good with it, but I can make the motion. I move that we approve the amended language as discussed for board policy 1800 OE7.
And is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? And that passes with a 5-0. Thank you. Let's move forward to the next item. Item B, Board Policy 1800 OE8, Asset Protection, Language Review. Were there any thoughts around this? And item C, Board Policy 1601, Governance Management Connection, Language Review. Any thoughts around that? And then let's move forward then. 1602, Unity of Control, item D. Any thoughts around that? Let's move forward to item E, 1603, Board Policy, Accountability of the Superintendent. And if there are no thoughts around that, we'll move forward to 1604, Delegation to the Superintendent. Sorry, Dan.
For 1604, I propose that we table this for further discussion. I sort of following up on some of the discussions that we've had previously 2 weeks ago about the domain between the board and the superintendent. I think some language can be modified, but I think it's part of a larger discussion. I mean, to give a preview of it, I don't believe that any reasonable interpretation of the policies should be supported by the board. And I think there needs to be discussion around the language that we have.
I'm happy to table this for a later discussion. It's really late and we have to turn around and meet again at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we still have more stuff to get through tonight. So
Yeah, fair enough. Let's move forward on this. We'll postpone it to a later discussion when you have some language you can bring back to. Okay, and finally, board policy 1605, monitoring superintendent performance. Any thoughts around that? And seeing nothing in red, I will move forward to the consent agenda. Could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as published?
So moved.
And a second.
seconded.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And with that, the consent agenda passes 5-0. Superintendent announcements.
Just very quickly, as per President Tucker just mentioned, linkage tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with our community service groups, that is on Zoom. And then your semi-annual study session was moved to tomorrow, starting at 9:30 in the boardroom. So see y'all in the morning.
Thank you very much. Ledge report, Dan.
Yeah, I'll keep this quick. One item of note is the Washington State Board of Health has a survey that parents can fill out regarding their thoughts on mandatory COVID vaccinations for students. It's a Board of Health decision. It's not something that we as a school board can act upon, but something that Ian or could perhaps post on a website just with COVID information. So parents know how to express their opinions to the appropriate bodies, in this case, the Board of Health. The other one that I'd like to just mention briefly, because I think it's instructive when it comes to sort of grounding discussion in reality and not getting caught up in catchphrases, is a pending Senate bill, which is 5735. This was introduced by Senator Dhingra from the 45th Legislative District. She's the deputy majority leader of the Senate, so well regarded. It's been also sponsored by Senator Wellman, among others. And the proposed legislation would allow districts to have asynchronous learning for 20% of the day. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but I listened to the hour of testimony that was given about it, and I felt, at least for me, it was very illuminating. Senator Wellman several times talked about mastery-based education, although to me it wasn't clear what mastery-based education has anything to do with asynchronous learning. It was also a piece of legislation that was supported by students at Lake Washington High School, who I think would take advantage of this in order to be able to meet with tutors or other services that are perhaps available to those from more economically privileged backgrounds, but not others, under the mantle of equity. And then in contrast, there was a number of people from across the state who spoke out against it quite powerfully. And I think it's a reminder that we need to ground discussions and really the piece of legislation in front of us and what it's going to accomplish. Gigi Talcott, a former state representative, said that she felt that this piece of legislation holds the distinction of perhaps being the single most disastrous piece of thousands of bills that she had reviewed. And I concur with that assessment. And it was disappointing to see Senator Wellman sponsor it, and also to use catchphrases to avoid what was the absurdity of making 1 day a week asynchronous and everything that would flow from that. So just some thoughts on that. Again, I don't think it's likely that it will pass.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. Any announcements or reports from board members?
I just want to say that next February 1st is Lunar New Year. It's a year of the water tiger. And so happy birthday to all the water tigers out there. But I hope that everybody would get a chance just to take a moment to celebrate Lunar New Year or go down to the International District to see all the festivities down there within COVID restriction. But there's a lot of food and like special treats that people eat. And so hopefully you get to go shopping and buy some treats for the new year.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Thank you so much for that, Tam. That's a great reminder. I will definitely commit to that. The tasty treats part, especially. Just a tiny update, which is that the East Side Directors group that Deborah and Brian used to be part of together, we thought that we could just get by with having one board member represent us, but they actually want a second who's an officer. And so David, if it's okay with you, like I'm gonna go start going to those meetings with Deborah. They're Friday mornings, and one of us will report back on them. So unless anybody objects to that, I'm gonna take that other spot. It's just a useful way to hear what other, I'm gonna take that spot for the next 6 months, let's say. It's a useful way to hear what other districts are doing in our immediate area. So especially around COVID and things like that. Thanks.
Thank you for taking that on. And thank you for your continued work on it, Deborah.
It's really a great opportunity. Maggie Ty, were you done?
Yeah.
Okay. I had, what did I have? I had the West Mercer Pack yesterday. More information on their SIPs, and also they brought in instructional coach. No, not instructional coach. Chris Conklin-Ray's title is inclusion coach. Inclusion coach. Anyways, instructional coach for the district. So she talked to the group about some of the things that she's working on in terms of coaching teachers and then standards and enrichment opportunities that she is helping the teachers develop. So that was very interesting. It's really fun to watch the staff get excited about being able to support each other and try new things, and it's pretty fun. The last thing, I feel like I've done so much, but now I can't think of anything. So one thing on the WASDA call today that Tim was talking about was possibly, holding kind of a opportunity for public input, and then if our board wants to weigh in as a board on our position on a vaccine mandate, and just in terms of, I mean, there's some boards that are taking positions on whether or not they're pro or against it. That's our voices as one is powerful. So I'm just wondering if that's something that the board wants to take on. I think based on our vaccine rates, I think that it's pretty clear where our community will end up, but I think we certainly, if we do it, need to give the community an opportunity to provide input, and then we can write a letter of support or not support of whether or not the vaccine should be mandated for school-age children. Finally, I got a text soon before this meeting from Tana Sen saying that her bill 1644 passed unanimously out of committee and is going to the House floor for vote. So this is the bill on electric vehicle infrastructure and also feasibility study. So maybe we can backfill some of the time that Ty's been doing for his transportation study. But anyway, so that's really good news. There's no fiscal impact. So I think people are always in favor of supporting bills that have no fiscal impact. So, she's pretty optimistic. The hearing was good. There was some feedback in terms of it being too broad, but otherwise it was well received, and hopefully that will go through and help out our journey towards electric buses. And that's it.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? Daniel? And I'll just give my quick feedback then. I was, as I mentioned earlier, at the high school PAC. Great meeting, very engaged parents. I think there was a great deal of appreciation for the problems with COVID and the stresses on the teachers and the students, and still a huge passion for trying to make things better. And people, and Walter creates an environment that is very welcoming of feedback, very welcoming of criticism. Parents are free to talk, and it's at the right level where it can be executed upon with fidelity. And I love that we have these PACs, and that our principals are willing to listen and not dismiss the feedback, good or bad. And when they have to action something, they can take an action. Again, and you understand the complexities. There's more time involved in these meetings to be able to explain some of the complexities that happen, not without being defensive. It's a very fine line to be walking. So I appreciate very much the staff and the parents for making our schools better. So with that, I am done. Is there anybody else?
Director D'Souza, what about the Superintendent Community Advisory? You were there.
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Just a reminder that I can do it if you like. We had
yes,
our second one of the year for our key communicators in on Monday. We did have to do it in Zoom versus in person. We had done the first one in person, and we had quite a great emphasis on the levy and explaining that and making sure that all of them understood our levy and how to be those key communicators out in the community in support of the levy renewal. So Director D'Souza did a great job on the talking about the levies and also about the superintendent search. So making sure that information is accurate and folks know where to go to find the right information.
And lots of interest in the fields as well. So I think that'll be an exciting new update for the community. And I don't believe we had an executive session. Was that right? It says if needed. So
correct, you do not need one.
Correct.
With that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And with 5-0, we are adjourned, and we will see you in the morning on Zoom and then in person. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thanks, Al.